Hey chat, what's up? How's it going? How's it going? Yeah, we're gonna turn that up. We're gonna turn that up. I turned it down too low. Can I get a hell yeah for the weekend? Ooh. Oh man. Oh no, I forgot my energy drink. I will be right back. I will be right back. Waifu got me something. Waifu got me something. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Oh man. So waifu saw this today. I don't know how much of y'all drink Ghost, but I love this shit. And she found like the gay flavor. AIDS burger in paradise. Eggs. God damn it. But welcome in, Lirio. Ugh. I have a treat for you, Lirio. But she held up this like she was oh, let me turn this down a bit. I'm trying to compete with the fucking music volume wise. But I didn't know this was a flavor yet, and neither did she, and I need to run ads. Fuck. I still can't run them for some reason. Like normally I take care of that in the incoming gull part, but it's still blocked out. I can't run them. I can't like manually run them. Oh, I guess they just started. I screwed up. But I'll set up the fishing game because I forgot to do that. Professional streamer. Lurk bait. Come on. Come on, you can do it. You can load. Every other day, this is like an instant on. Cool. Alright, I have a treat for you today, chat, because I am farming Twitter and making something useful out of it. Anyway, waifu goes to get the watermelon flavor, like the watermelon warheads flavor, which we both love very much. She spots this. She goes, "Hey, they're BOGO this week. Do you want the watermelon one or this other one?" And I'm like, "I want the gay one. Get me the gay one." So I haven't had this before, and that's really good. I love sour flavors. Sour flavors are where it's at. Lirio, do you have a sec to like? I know a lot of the time you're audio only. Do you have a sec to actually look at the screen? Because I got something for you, buddy. I got something for you. I got something for you. Boom. This thing is massive, by the way. Where is my 200? Here it is. Let me see if I can't compare. Let me see if I can't compare the cylinders really quick, alright? Yeah, that's the F mount cover. Not the right side of the cover. Fuck it. Where's the cover? The cover is important. Anyway, is it over here? No. This is my 200 millimeter. Oh, other way. This is the 500. So, yeah. I am going to get some bird shots with this. It came in today. It came in while I was at work. So, other than unboxing, I haven't gotten to do shit with it. Because they don't have it in a mount where I can, like, adapt it to my F mount and my X mount. This is going to be for X mount only. So the camera that would let me try it out for a little bit is currently attached to my crossbar and recording stream. So I will have to wait on that. But it's got the quick attach shoe and all sorts of fun stuff. I cannot wait. Manual only, which I knew going in. Waifu got me this for my birthday, but she wanted to make sure I could take it out and make sure it was good from the factory before my birthday. I think she just wanted to get it early, to be honest. So she's like, you have to take it out of the box, make sure it all works. Otherwise, we're going to have a very heavy paperweight by the time your birthday rolls around. So, like, early happy birthday to me. Oh, that temporary chatbot outage. What is happening? What is happening with the window? Go away. Whatever. I don't want to close the app. I want to minimize it. That's a setting that should still be set, but it's not. You know what? We're gonna go back. Actually, no. That's still. We're gonna hide the source. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna hide the source. Oh, it's gone on my preview now. Well, if it's fixed, it's fixed. We're not gonna question it. Oh, man. So we're going to talk about beating the heat today. Because a lot of people seem to need instruction on how this is done. And who better qualified to teach this than a Florida man? Well, I guess there's people who, like, live in the tropics. Not naming names. But, I'd say I'm pretty qualified. Though I will say, where you are from is probably the least qualifying. Because people seem to take gubba. What's up, Plus? Ooh, baby! Pause has his first RM sub, baby. God damn. That's fucked up. How have I been streaming that long? That's not real. Oh man, did y'all get the going live message? Because apparently Ale saw my going live message and, like, it made her stop talking for a sec. So I'm real proud of that one. Like, I get this, oh yeah, you're gonna teach us how to beat it. That's right. That's right. Yeah, but yeah, all I saw that apparently visibly paused. That's great. Oh, that's a W. That's a W right there. Anytime your humor can make somebody like stop what they're doing, that's the best. It doesn't matter if it's like the -2 variety or an actually good joke, as long as you get them to stop. That means you did it. That's a win. That's a win. But yeah, we're going to be talking about all sorts of things today. What was the go live message? It was, now I forget exactly what it was, but the punchline was, come beat your heat. Are you ready to beat your heat? Was the go live message. Are you ready to beat your heat? That's all it was. So on that note, we'll be talking about wet bulb temperature, dew point, relative humidity, what those things mean, what they don't mean, because apparently Europe and especially Great Britain are in the middle of a mild wave and they can't handle it. Do you think we can get Ala and Veri to play FF14 all the way to Shadowbringer Expert Dungeons? What brought that up? I mean, I'm not sure, but what brought that up? And here's why. And do you mean like, can we get them to do, because I don't, hey Snacks, what's going on? I don't think that's a good game for content. Double twinning? Yeah. I don't think that's a good game for content, because I take newbies through that game all the time. Like, between my wife, my kids, other people that get into the free trial. I am one of those people who is like, oh yeah, I'm very well. I'm glad you're doing okay. Because that, you had some sort of situation. But I'm glad you're doing okay. But the early game, there's a lot less voice acting. There's a pretty heavy disincentive to do side content early on, like really heavy. Unless you like learning a bunch of jobs at once, because the amount of XP they shit at you in the MSQ is huge. If you're playing with anybody, you're going to be separated by solo duties a lot. And it's very hard to play with somebody early on, because between your job quests and MSQ, you are being thrown into solo duties left, right, and center. I said duty. I sure did. Last time I played FF14 was 2014? Yeah, it's not the same game. Like, from a mechanical standpoint, it's not the same game. And they've pruned a lot of the ARR fluff required quests. That said, there are still too many. I wish they would do something about solo duties. Because I get making the game ask you to clear something without help before moving forward. I understand that. But ARR is very, very old at that point, and I wish they would do what they did to Cape Westwind and make it ask you harder, but less often. You know what I mean? So, like, maybe you get 3 or 4 solo duties through the entirety of ARR, but the line to clear them is much more difficult. I'm not saying it should be difficult. I'm not saying, like, the solo duty should be an extreme. But I remember quite clearly the first time FF14 actually made me push my buttons. And it was at the end of Stormblood. The end of Stormblood was the first time the game actually forced me to push my buttons. Not very hard, but what the game had been letting me get away with prior to that was amazing. And the stuff where the game was telling me to press my buttons, but allowed other people to be there to make up for my shortfalls, basically meant that the first solo duty I ever failed from not jank and just mechanics was that fight. And when I say jank, I mean, have you guys done the rogue / ninja storyline? And then they're like, hey, no, not Ranjit. It was Xenos, actually. I cleared Ranjit. That was easy. But, and Xenos is also easy, but the problem is, it's a step change in what they're asking me to do. Because before Xenos, they're asking me to do literally nothing except don't die. That's the only ask they have of me. Don't stand in the fire. Don't die. There's no DPS check. Besides, maybe there's a DPS check in the sense of if you're hitting your 1 on your 1, 2, 3 combo, but you're not hitting your 2 and your 3 and you're just hitting 1, you will clear this. And then that suddenly stops at Xenos. So in the rogue storyline snacks, you know when they have you disarm the bomb? And there's like a flash of text about the fact that there are detonators. And it's really, really easy to miss that they added that to your duty stuff. And like the duty says you've got 23 minutes to go, and suddenly on your screen it says, hey, you've got 90 seconds to find the detonators, and none of them are on screen. That's the kind of jank I'm talking about. Or the white mage one where, yeah, you hated doing that the first time. Yeah, because it's like, where did that come from? And then the white mage storyline where you're supposed to have stone skin, but stone skin doesn't exist anymore for like protecting the tree. And it turns into actually a pretty nasty DPS race. That one was also frustrating. But that one was, those two are examples of jank. So I'm really happy that Cape Westwind is the way that it is now. Yeah, had to heal the fuck out of that tree. What was that duty with Americ where white mages can what is it, Benison? The button that heals them to full, and they can kind of cheese their way through the Americ solo duty by waiting until he's low and then like Benisoning him, and then he goes all the way back to full. And if you do that, you basically cannot fail that solo duty. I did that by accident the first time because it was another one of those duties where they're suddenly asking you to do things completely unrelated to the premise of the duty. And I'm like, oh fuck, his health is low. He has so much that I'm actually not healing it effectively. Regions are doing nothing. Cure 2s are doing nothing. I forgot this wasn't a job quest. This is a regular quest. I bet I'm supposed to be DPSing something. Fuck. And then I hit Benison, and I basically got to reset the encounter and got through it. So, it's not Benison. It's not Benison. I even know where I keep it on my crossbars. It's like R plus L, so R2L, and then up on the D-pad is my Benison button. But it's not Benison. Benediction! That's it! It's Benediction. There it is. You just Benediction the fucker, and it's like, oh, well now I know what to do, and we're restarting at full health, so, clear. But yeah, I feel like Xenos is the first time they're like, okay, not only do you have a DPS hit check, but mechanics. It's like the first time in the game, well, the game at the time, where they actually did that. And it's like the second expansion. But no, they need to remove, the solo duties so you can actually play with people and give you a few checks. I don't mind the check that's really early on, the one that's like, okay, did you actually understand all that crap I told you about the basic controls? I think that check is fine how it is. because if you can press your one button, you can get through that check. But you have to be able to move, you have to be able to target, and you have to be able to hit your one button, and I think that's a fine check. But there are so many solo duties throughout ARR. And of course, Illyrio immediately derails me onto FF14 talk. So could we get them to play it? Maybe. It seems to be really popular content on the YouTube side, like, of recorded content. I don't think they make entertaining streams for a few reasons. Like I said, the voice acting just isn't there in ARR. So there's a lot of either not reading to chat or reading to chat, and neither of those things are really good experiences, I don't think. I don't think those are good experiences. My least favorite part of like any stream through an RPG is when the content creator has to read the text to you. I just listened to Longfall earlier today and wanted to make a twinning joke. I saw the twinning joke. 200 hours or so is a big ask for a twinning joke. See, I'm actually thinking about whether or not it would be good for them. Shame on you. Also, Lirio, did you like suddenly AFK, or were you here for my big lens? Because you got awful quiet. I did the whole size comparison and everything. It's a chonker. It's a chonker. For those of you who weren't here, I've got an early birthday present from my wife, and it's this guy. So, manual only, and the focus ring is kind of stiff. It's smooth, but it's stiff, which is good. It's actually good for a lens that's manual focus only at 500 millimeters for the focus ring to be stiff. It's not jerky, which is also important, but it's stiff. You don't want that moving on you. Like at 6.3 at 500 millimeters, your plane of acceptable focus is not deep. Stiff but no jerking. I think that's called edging. You know, I took off my sexual themes tag. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Smooth and stiff is the best. God damn it. Okay. Anyway, hopefully y'all can get something out of this, because while it's fun to like dunk on people for not understanding the basics of weather, it is also true that some of these people really are not used to the heat to levels that are dangerous, like actually dangerous. And I would like to help people avoid heat stroke, and also know what to do when somebody is experiencing a heat stroke, because I don't think that information is as widespread as it needs to be. Also, we get a lot of tourists here, the kind that pay the bills. And they also need to know this. I think I've mentioned this on stream before. My favorite part of that discourse was people saying America using AC was causing the heat. Yeah. Now, I think that might be measurable. Not even in the forcing part, but by the sheer BTU being moved around. Because it's not heat neutral. It's really efficient, but it's not heat neutral. So I kind of wonder how much BTU we're just like creating with air conditioning, like globally. Nothing that would ever compete with the sun, mind you, but I am curious about it. Got some good memes out of that? Yeah. Fire weather reports for my region is my homepage? Yeah. hot is not necessarily fire weather, though. That's a thing I also saw Brits get confused about. It's like, you do know that the auto ignition temperature of anything in the forest is way, way, way higher than 35, 40, or even 45 C, right? The heat does not cause forest fires. Dryness will. Dryness absolutely will, but the fire don't care if it's like 10 or 45. It cares whether it's dry or not and how hot the ignition source is. Yeah, 3% of total energy usage. Yeah, I just want to know what, like, the raw BTU is being thrown out. Bro, what? Did you not know that they... Did you not know that they thought that the heat is what was causing forest fires? I'm not sure that's a widespread misconception, but it is a post that I saw from a Euro. I was like, It's more about tracking the humidity levels of different fuel. Yeah, see? It's like I said. They also don't seem to know the difference between relative humidity and dew point. I learned yesterday that there was a physicist during the Manhattan Project that, I shit you not, lit a cigarette from a nuclear blast using a parabolic mirror. That is some fucking aura. That's the first time I've heard about that too. Holy shit. So, was this person German because physicists during the Manhattan Project? There's pretty even odds there. Pretty even odds. Probably, I can't remember his name. Yeah, something like that. But yeah, also, there's forest fire management stuff, like controlled burns are a real neat thing. I hope California eventually learns to do those, because they could save themselves a lot of trouble. They could save themselves a lot of trouble actually managing their forests. Also learned that Feynman discovered you don't need eye protection to look at a nuclear explosion like you do for the sun. Huh. So is that a myth? That it just blinds you? I was always taught that it blinds you. Like if you see the initial flash. On that note, did you guys see that rocket blow up? That was a crazy explosion. That was a crazy explosion. No, I didn't see it in real life. I'm too far away from it. Apparently the shockwave reached the ISS, though. Or at least it was detectable at the ISS. Ooh. Ooh. It was definitely big enough to cause the mushroom cloud effect. Which, that's a big explosion. The flare stack. No. No, I didn't see that. I'll get to that later. If we have time on stream, we can, like... Actually, that can test my, that can test my levels. Hold on. I'm actually going to pull that up now. The explosion poofed out the fire coming out the flare stack like a fucking... Oh, man. Is this in OG? Oh, yeah, I saw that you post that. Didn't get time to watch it. Didn't get time to watch it. Oh my god! Holy shit! That's an explosion, my friend. Let me see if I can't... Let me see if I can't copy this URL. All right, we're gonna try to actually get into some content here. I don't think it has any audio, despite the fact that it says it does. Let's get over there. So this is the thing, apparently. Whoosh! Blow out your birthday candles, make a wish. I'll see if I can't... Yeah. Foomp. Crazy. That is crazy. Hey, Nero! That's 2 babies in chat today! What's going on? Yeah, that was a really good interview, the 2 hours I got to see. I was enjoying that. Man, now I've got child support checks for 2 kids. Fuck. Flare stacks are generally to burn off gases in a safe way that you want to make sure don't linger around as combustion products. I don't know what that specific flare stack is for, but that's generally what flare stacks are for in general, is if you have a flammable gas and you want to make sure it burns without like lighting a match and seeing if something blows up, you direct that to a flare stack. So this is like a pure meth. Usually they're methane, but that's like oil fields and stuff. I have no idea what this one is, but it's some flammable gas, maybe even oxygen or hydrogen or something. But whoop, that's crazy. But damn. So, actually, I'm going to go to Clip Studio mode, because, like, there's some scientific principles we have to get down, to quantify what the difference is between heat and experienced heat and getting used to the heat. Okay, it burns off excess propellant during depressurization. So yeah, you take a gas that is potentially bad to not have every bit of it burned off to a place where you can guarantee it's burned off. That's what every flare stack is. That's what every flare stack is. Like lighting farts. Yeah, kind of. Hey, Nero, did you see my big tube? You see my big tube? Clouds of hydrogen floating around is kind of spooky. Yeah. Yeah, wasn't there a... No, that Apollo mission was oxygen, which is also spooky. As a girthy cylinder. It could be more girthy, but that's math I won't subject you guys to. But there's a reason. There's a reason this is as narrow as it is. Because as far as 500mm lenses go, this is actually pretty narrow. So its maximum aperture is 6.3, which is really low, but is also not that low for a 500mm. Hey, thanks. Welcome in. Welcome in. How's it going? The cylinder must remain undamaged. But there's a few things we got to quantify about heat, experienced heat, the idea that you can get used to it, which is true for a lot of temperatures, but some of the temperatures, we're not gonna drive BRB. All right, cool. We're not gonna, you're never going to get used to those. And we're going to go into why. So, let me choose a color that doesn't suck. And also, is music a little loud? I feel like it's a little loud. I feel like I'm trying to talk over it. That's going to strain my voice later. So if we close those out, maybe if Euros didn't build out of cardboard, they wouldn't be so overheated. We'll get to that, because there's a useful lesson there that can keep you alive during a heat wave. That's why I make, because like, as much as, again, like, as much as I love dunking on Euros that are like, they got their nose up in the air and they're like talking out of their ass and proud of it, they're straight up not used to these temperatures. Even though they're really comfortable we'll get into the comfort thing. We'll get into the comfort thing, because there are some wild numbers at play here. Like complaining about the humidity when the humidity is in the ideal range. That's crazy. Because like server rooms are running at the humidity that London was at 2 days ago on the 27th. That's what server rooms run at. It's considered ideal for avoiding static discharge and also not making everything wet. Wild numbers like having a negative heat index. Yeah, I know at some point as a kid when I was learning weather, I knew that that could be negative, but it's been so long since I was taught that, I straight up forgot. I forgot that could happen. I forgot that heat index could go negative. I forgot. Because there's no way it wasn't explained to me. That's like one of those moments where like I'll say something and waifu's like, how do you know all this? I'm like, they taught it to us in school. And she's like, they didn't teach me this in school. And I'm like, we went to the same school system. Your lack of retention does not mean they didn't teach it. And a lot of people are in that, well, I never learned that at school. You're right. You didn't learn it at school, but you were certainly taught it. It was a subject that was taught, that was curriculum that was covered. All right, why is that not working? Are we on Eraser? We are on Eraser. That's it every time. Every fucking time. This is not how I normally draw these letters, but like... What's that effect that creates the mirage effect? I'm trying to do that. You chose not to learn it, or you didn't retain it. There's a difference. There's a lot of stuff that if you don't retain it, you'll just lose it. Which is basically anything that you learned through rote memorization that you don't use on a regular basis. Yeah, the squiggly effect. When the asphalt's... Actually, in Florida, I don't know when the asphalt isn't that hot. Or the top of a car. That one. The refraction, the refraction of air caused by changes in heat. It's always the asphalt. Yeah, it is. Okay, so think about heat. We have ways to beat the heat. We've got... Well, let's get into some other things first. We've got the refractory period. Air's refractory period. God damn it. We've got insulation. These should be in blue. These should be in blue. I haven't played with colors on stream. I usually just write in black. We've got... I guess that could have been red too, because it does both! But maybe that's why writing it in blue is even more important. In fact, both of these do both. I have learned some crazy things about the laws of thermodynamics in the UK this week. And I must also say, it's just the UK bros. It is just the UK bros. I talk to the Spanish bros, I'm fine. I talk to the Aussies, I'm fine. I talk to the Canucks, I'm fine. I'm getting along with the fucking Leaves better than the UK. It's just the Brits. Hell, most of the Brits I talk to I get along with. It's just not for this one. Not for this one. I had a Brit down here. Kind of a globetrotter, from a well-to-do family, lives primarily out in California. I was going to say which city, and I thought better of it. And, they're like, oh yeah, I can take that I can take that humidity. It looks bad, but it doesn't look that bad. Got down here, and she's like, why is the air soup? And like, I'm not feeling it at all. It's like, this is just normal air to me. She's like, why is the air soup? She thought she was drowning by breathing. And it wasn't even particularly bad that day. Yeah, air do get sticky. She just hadn't experienced it before. And she goes all over Europe, like, this is not one of those people that goes to, like, Utah and goes, this is what the rest of the country must be like. It's just she's never been down here prior to that point. And she was like, how? How is the air this thick? I'm having problems breathing. She was having problems breathing. And the air at our humidity, I should say at our dew point, is thick. Like, it is physically thicker and harder to breathe than drier air is. And then we have thermal mass, which, again, this actually does have a relationship to humidity, which you might not have thought about, but is actually a pretty easy concept when you think about it for 2 seconds. I'll explain it anyway for anyone who's a bit slower than that. You have ways to relieve heat, like evaporation. Just regular convection. I'll have to move the dots over to accommodate my fat face. Oop. But yeah, thermal mass is why being out in 40-degree Fahrenheit weather feels a lot different than jumping into a 40-degree pool. One of those is pleasant. The other will give you hypothermia in a few minutes. And you will die. So that's fun. This is actually... I need a brighter red. Maybe a little orange for hot. This is actually counteracted by dew point. Hey chat, raise your hand. This guy literally just spelled evaporation. Oh, I did. You're right. I didn't even notice. It's like, I know there's an O there. I just forgot to write it. Oop. But I'll do a color so that you know I had to fix it, because it won't be the same, and I'm not color picking. Evaporation. And dew point kind of well, it looks like I ombered that on purpose now, kind of. But the dew point will actively fight or help, but we're tend to be talking about high dew points, and when we're talking about stuff like this, high dew points fight this. So when it comes to experienced heat in the atmosphere, actually, let's write one down that is only red. This one will only be red. This one has a special place in my heart, because this never even entered the discussion. Because that one's important. We had some tourists down here, and tourists I know, like that I got to interact with, from New York. And they had never been down south before. It was in late July. And the UV index was 12. And what they did was completely unprepared, never looked it up or anything. I guess they got used to Jersey beaches or something. They went to Daytona Beach and put on tanning oil and nothing else and stayed out there for 4 hours. They had second-degree burns. Bacon. Like, I'm not even joking. They were second-degree burns. And UV damage can sneak up on you because, especially if you're native, because you'll get used to walking outside and immediately, like, feeling the sun literally burning you. That will become a sensation you just associate with heat instead of the UV. Unless you're being pretty mindful about it. But the second you walk out, you could just feel the sun literally cooking you. But if you're out long enough, it will start to kill the nerve endings sending those signals, and you will feel fine. You will feel fine. Or you won't feel fine, but you're not used to that difference between this is hot and I am being burned, and you'll just think you're warm. You'll just think the sun heat you up a bit when you're actually got some pretty serious burns on you. God, that shit's delicious. Not sponsored, by the way. That'd be awesome if Ghost started sponsoring people. Oh my god, they dethrone GG subs in a week. They dethroned GG subs in a week. Like, imagine if Monster did that. I'm pretty sure the only reason they don't do that is because they don't gotta. What? That's blasphemy. Nice timing. Nice timing on the music. All right, so let's actually look at an example. I need to find an example to help explain this next part. In London weather forecast. I'm trying to get one that is accurate. Let me make sure there's nothing here. Air quality poor. Well, we knew that. London's kind of famous for that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think we got it. I think we got it. Let's see. Go to typical Yap stream. Hide the clip studio. Unhide. Oh yeah, I gotta make this bigger anyway. I gotta make this bigger anyway so y'all can see it. So, this is going to be London tomorrow. They're actually going to have positive heat index for once. Crazy. The max UV index, that looks pretty high for London, actually. So, this is 2 degrees under where I was at today. Insane, isn't it? This is mild. It's not saying what their prediction is for the humidity, though. So let's talk about the humidity. Like it's in the middle of the night over there, so none of these numbers are like, oh man, look how low these numbers are, though I would like to be getting down to 65 at night. That's not the point. The indoor humidity is ideal at 54, and the dew point is all the way down at 51. So the dew point, let's talk about the dew point. Let's talk about the dew point. First, we gotta define what the dew point is. So I'm gonna go to Clip Studio. We're gonna make a new slide canvas thingy. I'm gonna pick teal, because I like using teal to talk about the dew point. Do it. Dew Point? Isn't that a chemical company? I like you. -2. -2 is my favorite spicy-ism. I have come to love the -2. So, air is a solution. And like, you mean Zoomerism? Spicy is the first person I have met that uses that, and the only person outside of our group I have met that uses that. Is -2 a zoomy thing? So like, when you dissolve sugar in water, we know how solutions work, right? The more you heat that water up, the more sugar you can dissolve in it. And if you dissolve sugar in it a bunch, and then you lower the temperature, you get syrup. But also, if you lower it really fast, the sugar just falls out of solution. The air works the same way with water. So the dew point represents the temperature at which water can no longer stay in solution. It's related to the relative humidity, but we'll explain relative humidity. Actually, we'll do that right now. And I'm gonna lower my brush size because I'm writing tinier. Water falls out of solution at the dew point. Because that is literally what morning dew is. Oa's lab uses -2? Oh, neat. That's why we call it the dew point. We decided we would figure out why there's dew in the morning, and then it goes away, and then it comes back. That's why. Now, humidity is how much water is in the air. But relative humidity is how much water can stand to be in the air around your ants. No, it's how much water is in the air compared to the temperature. So, actually, you will find as temperatures go up, all other things being equal, humidity goes down. Or relative humidity. We'll call that RH. All things being equal. So that assumes that the increase in temperature isn't causing or does not have access to more sources of evaporation to raise the amount of water in the air in proportion to the temperature. And that rarely happens even in maritime environments, which we'll get to. If the amount of water in your air is relatively constant, let's say, I don't know, the Gulf Stream ends kind of close to you and you're always getting hit with about the same amount of water, and it's not very variant, and the temperature goes up, your relative humidity will go down and vice versa. And that's what happens in the morning with your dew point. So imagine for a second, you're in Florida, and you're in Florida, so already an L. And the high temperature was 98. By the way, we're in May. This is likely going to be a thing. That's real temperature, not heat index. The heat index today was 108 at my location. So just throwing that out there. It was a full 20 degrees higher than the mercury. And the dew point... Toasty! And the dew point is 76 degrees Fahrenheit. And my overnight low is 74. Well, first of all, it gonna rain. If that's the setup. But what's typically going to happen is, like, at about 4 or 5 a.m., water is going to start nucleating on everything. It will be on the grass, the glass, thanks Saru, doorknobs, your car, your siding. Asphalt's actually pretty absorbent, so the asphalt's not terribly wet. But all this shit is. All of it. Your windows are fogged completely. They're not even really fogged. They're like... I already covered glass, so I'll just put this with glass. So, like, your windows are fully condensated. And the reason they're fully condensated is because the temperature inside is much cooler than the temperature outside and is generally, not always, below 76 degrees. Though sometimes I do run my house at 76 or 78. This is one of the reasons why, actually. There's also the wet bulb temperature that makes going much lower than that not effective at cooling your body, but we'll get to that later because wet bulb is related to dew point, but it describes a different thing. By the way, a dew point of 76 degrees, fairly common here, is the dew point at which, well, not sweat stops evaporating, but about 73 to 72 degrees Fahrenheit, your sweat stops being evaporated effectively enough to control your core temperature. So this is actually a dangerous dew point. It's also fairly common here. But we're on an ad break, and I don't have any of the magic ad stopping tags going right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give us a piss break. I'm going to give us a piss break. And we'll be back and we'll start talking about dew point. Lethal wetness, absolutely. Running ad now. I'm unmuted, bitches. Welcome back from the ad break, everybody. So, one thing I wanted to go over real quick is that let's see if I can draw this graph really. I'll just erase and make space. It's fine. I'll erase and make space. So I'll erase this. So the way this goes, let's just take a curve. Just your standard kind of a bell curve. So this is the high temperature. Like this is temp. Black is temp. We'll have another color soon. This is the high temperature. This is the low temperature. Funnily enough, noon is about here, and this doesn't happen in my area till about 5 or 6 p.m. Maybe a little earlier, depending on the time of year and whether or not daylight savings is at play. But, that's about when the high of the day actually happens. And the low is, you know, somewhere around 3 a.m. What's going to happen over this time, all things being equal, is the humidity is going to do this. Unless the high temperature causes a sudden injection. You're fine, Nero. You just got done yapping. I forgive you. But humidity is going to do something like that. The relative humidity. I should say that this is a relative humidity problem. If you're measuring absolute humidity, you don't get this issue. Which is why we have dew point. Because dew point describes a different mechanism. Dew point is describing the point at which water must fall out of solution. Because the temperature has reached a certain threshold. The higher that temperature is, the more muggy it feels. The higher that temperature is, the less evaporation works. And evaporation is your body's primary heat control mechanism. If you lose evaporation, you cannot control your core temperature. Not internally. That is a problem when you are very, very young or very, very old, because your core temperature control ain't that great in the first place. So, we're going to get into some of the first tips about avoiding heat stroke. You ready for this one? Do not eat or drink heavy or hot. Because what that's going to do... Speaking of this topic, my work uses swamp coolers for outdoor cooling. Bad idea. In your area, that's actually a bad idea, and we'll go over why that is. You probably already know. Because I see your three ellipses. And one of the things in that UK back and forth that was so crazy was that they were talking about how high their temperatures were, but how effective swamp coolers were at the same time. That doesn't work, guys. Fortunately, your humidity is actually really low, or rather, your dew point is actually really low. Your absolute humidity is really low. Your relative humidity can get high over there and trick you because your temperatures are so incredibly mild. So what you're saying when we're like, oh my god, we have super high relative humidity. By the numbers, London and Birmingham are actually pretty humid via relative humidity. But you want to take a gander at what their dew points typically run on average in July. Not average for the year, that would be a useless number. You want to know what their average July heat of the year dew points are? Because I looked it up today. Not that dark. We want over here. Because, you know, when you're talking about Londoners, you want to use the color lime. London, July, average dew point. Is 12 to 15 degrees Celsius. But RM, you just used Fahrenheit for Florida's. You're right. But you see, I'm a little bit bilingual. This is approximately 24 degrees Celsius, give or take. This is also considered extremely muggy to dangerous. Actually, no, that would be dangerous. That's just straight up dangerous. At 12 to 15 degrees Celsius, sweat evaporates instantly. Like, not close to instantly. It leaves your skin as fast as you can put it out if you're at rest. Your sweat evaporates immediately at 12 to 15 degrees Celsius dew point. Fun fact. This is actually considered the ideal dew point for comfort. From a comfort perspective, that range is considered ideal. Like, it's where the graph bottoms out. Where's my graph? I love that I'm looking this up during a love ballad. But I'm going to tell y'all about the swamp coolers since Plaws brought those up in a little bit. I just got to get this out of here. So we're going to go to the National Weather Service. We're going to go to the National Weather Service and their article on this. Let's see, where's my clip? Okay, tab time. We love our tabs. And there's a little guide at the bottom. The dew point is the temperature that air needs to be cooled to at constant pressure in order to achieve a relative humidity of 100%. At this point, the air cannot hold more water in the gas form. If the air were to be cooled even more, water vapor would have to come out of the atmosphere in the liquid form, usually as fog or precipitation. The higher the dew point rises. Speaking of which, you can get dew before the dew point if there are enough nucleation sites. It's kind of like throwing that Mentos into the Coca-Cola. It's literally the same thing. So stuff like grass, which is like really rough surfaced, will start dewing up way before the dew point. But when your glass starts to do it, that's when you're pretty close. The higher the dew point rises, the greater the amount of moisture in the air. This directly affects how comfortable it will feel outside. Many times, relative humidity can be misleading. For example, a temperature of 30, this is in Fahrenheit because it's National Weather Service for the United States, and a dew point of 30 will give you a relative humidity of 100%. Is that in Fahrenheit? Because that's below the freezing point. I think somebody who was thinking in Celsius wrote that. But these temperatures down here are definitely not Celsius. Anyway, a temperature of 30 and a dew point of 30, which would be weird because that's below freezing, will give you a relative humidity of 100%. But a temperature of 80 and a dew point of 60 produces a relative humidity of 50%. It would feel much more humid on the 80-degree day with a 50% relative humidity than on the 30-degree day with 100% relative humidity. In other words, getting cold is a cheat code for having high humidity. So when you're talking about, oh, but you guys only typically get 72 to 80% relative humidity in your area, and we get up to 90 a lot. That's true, but you're running like 30 degrees Fahrenheit colder. So, it's not even close. Also, Georgia was at 100% humidity in places today. We were pretty close to it at 96, and we were at close to 90 degrees Fahrenheit. So, yeah. This is because, all right, yeah. This is because of the higher dew point. So if you want a real judge of just how dry or humid it will feel outside, look at the dew point instead of the relative humidity. The higher the dew point, the muggier it will feel. Now, the reason Amerifats, like myself, use humidity and dew point as kind of like the same thing, especially in the Southeast, but in other areas as well, is because there's enough moisture in our environment that humid and high dew point are basically at a 1-to-1 correlation, and it is extremely rare for those things to diverge. It's extremely rare because it's very hot, and there is plenty of water everywhere to increase evaporation with. So, and I'm not talking about large bodies of water like the Atlantic Ocean, because it's actually very hard to do that to a large body of water because of thermal mass. But when you're talking about wet leaves, wet mulch, swimming pools, just basically a rainforest, the evaporation increases a whole bunch because there's a lot of easy targets with low thermal mass. So that's fun. So when it gets hot here, it is almost always also muggy with high dew points. But these are the dew points. Less than or equal to 55-degree dew points. I can't remember the last time I saw a 55-degree dew point in Florida. That's probably something I could Google real quick. But I can't remember the last time I saw it that low in winter. Between 55 and 65 is sticky with muggy evenings. And at greater than 65 degrees, it's what is considered oppressive mugginess. Anyone want to guess what my dew point was today? Anybody want to take a stab at that? I'm going to pull that up. On the browser y'all can't see, because I don't want to totally dox myself. Anyone want to take a guess? 11D7. 69. No, it was not 69. That would have been very comfortable compared to what we did get. Because it doesn't take a lot of change in dew point to change the comfort level. 74. Yeah, Nero got it. The dew point today was 74, which is in the danger zone, by the way. The danger zone starts at 74. That's when you start getting not heat advisories. What do they call that? Well, yeah, heat advisories. Heat stroke advisories, actually. We had a dew point of 74 today, which I believe is somewhere between 22 to 24 Celsius. I'm not exact in my bilingualness. It's somewhere along that path. Oh, the music? Or the fact that you got it? I have no reward for you. I have no reward for you. You know, giving my chat rewards is something I should really do. It was one of my first ideas about having, like, security and safety streams was like having quizzes that chat could benefit from so that they could redeem some of my sillier stuff more often. I just haven't implemented that, and I want to. Exclamation mark fish, by the way, to go fishing in chat. But like I should do more to keep my streams more interactive. And that could be a way to do it. One way. Like there's a lot that I've got to do. Also, I don't know if my stream or my camera or what, but I can see my face kind of skipping from time to time. Maybe my camera's not happy today. I don't know. Nero, I just read your W's. That's funny. Exclamation mark fist. I'm gonna turn the music down because I'm kind of like jamming and starting to forget what I was talking about. Now I need to listen to some parody from the Dead Alewives. But that's what you're... Oop. Hold on. We've been talking about thermal mass a bit. So there's something I wanted to show you guys that I think is really cool. That I think illustrates this point quite well. So let's get that up. Turn them... Well, not turn it off. Pause the music. Pausing the music. Have you guys seen this before? Some of you definitely have. But this guy is making ice spheres for cocktail drinks.
All right, here we go. I love that.
That's a room temperature, by the way.
That's wild.
That press is at room temperature.
That's it. It's done. Look at that. Already. Ah, look at that. That's amazing. Wow. That is so cool. How cool is that?
Yeah, that is really cool. It's ice cold. Okay, so how does a giant chunk of room temperature copper melt ice that quickly? By the way, he keeps going. Like, he melts one after the other. Sometimes he has to bring the mass back to room temperature, but it's never heated. You can just do that. And the reason is twofold. The reason is twofold. Let me do this real quick. So... why the copper press I don't have to write that whole question out, actually. That's obnoxious. All right, so there are two factors. And not the annoying kind of two factors that buzzes your phone. One, copper has high thermal mass. But there's something else that's important about copper. It has both a high thermal mass it has high thermal conductivity. In other words, it's an extremely poor insulator. It is the opposite of an insulator. It's why hot iron is dangerous and hot aluminum is not. Yeah, same with iron. Funny enough, I learned about this stuff from ONI. ONI? Onigiri? Oh, oxygen not included. Okay, okay. Copper has high thermal mass and high thermal conductivity. So the problem with copper is not that it's room temperature. It's that the amount of room temperature that copper can hold is quite a bit, and it can transfer that room temperature very fast. And ice is, 32 degrees and room temperature is 72 degrees, and it balances that imbalance out really fast. It's also why metals feel cool even when they're at room temp. Yes, and the same thing with stone. If you've ever felt like a fake stone countertop, and then you felt a real solid marble countertop, they feel incredibly different. One of them sucks the life out of you, kind of literally, because heat is very, very important to you being alive. So if you lay down on a marble slab, this is why ice cream stores use those, by the way, the cold is going to get drained out of you super quick. Or the heat is going to get drained out of you super quick. Thermodynamics, heat go too cold unless acted upon. By something like a heat pump. So, with that knowledge, what would you say about the following statement? When ambient is high, my house stays oven hot. What would you evaluate about this system? Because this is phrased another way in the UK discourse. It's our houses are designed to keep the heat in. I have bad news for you, brother. That is not a well-insulated house, and you're not talking about insulation. So, if you didn't know, brick and stone are poor insulators. They are not conductors, but they are just this side. They are just this side of thermal conductors. And we can talk about different building designs. And we're going to talk about different building designs because the statement, our houses are designed to keep heat in, doesn't make sense regardless of the design. So in the United States, you have a timber frame, what you guys called cardboard. You've got the 2x4 here. This is a cutaway side-on view. And, oh, actually, they might not know how wood-framed walls work. So we're going to go to the dead-on view of a wood-framed house panel. So this is one rectangle in the wood frame when you're looking at it straight on. And we put fiberglass insulation in here. And it's meant to fill the front to back of that wood. So if we're looking at it side on, it looks like this. but all of this gap is full of fiberglass, and then we'll have joists here. For, you know, more wood joists for structure. By the way, wood is a hell of a material in certain applications, and we'll talk about that later, because we're going to end the temperature part of this. Because hurricane season is coming in 2 days, I believe, actually. June 1st is the start of hurricane season in the Atlantic Basin. Waifu still does not have a baby. You know, Waifu, Plaus and Nero have already given me children. Where's yours? Where's yours? So fiberglass insulation is actually, right, first of all, wood itself, if it were just a solid block of wood, would be a better insulator than brick or stone. The fiberglass is way more insulative. It could also be rock wool. It could also be cellulose. Cellulose tends to not be used in the walls. You'll more commonly find that in attic spaces. But it's usually fiberglass. All three are way better than brick and stone, because what the best insulator actually is trapped air. Well, I mean, a vacuum is technically better, but that's kind of hard to hold. Trapped air is our best economical access to insulation. And, you know, y'all have a lot of sheep and stuff over there. That's why you like wool so much, is because wool does that. That's why human beings like wool so much. Rude, they're playing games down the hall. Who's playing games? Especially trapped noble gas. True. Who's playing games down the hall? I don't understand your comment. Oh! You mean the children you've given me. My babies. Well, yeah, but it's not a chat baby, so they're not worth as much. But, anyway, in front of this, you have the engineered wood cladding that can either be plywood or different kinds of engineered wood. It's typically wood. And this is where your facades come in. Like, a lot of people in the United States need to learn the difference between a brick house and a brick facaded house. I will give you guys that. Holy fuck. I think people on both sides of the pond need to learn that. And then there's drywall over here. And between the wood and the drywall is a plastic moisture barrier. There is also a moisture barrier outside of and a brick shithouse. Yeah. There's also a moisture barrier between the outside wood cladding and the siding. And you'll usually see that called Tivek. So if you see one of those cardboard houses go up, it's actually a sandwich of siding, which can be vinyl, wood slatting, shiplap, any of that stuff. Moisture barrier, I think quarter sheet, plywood, 4-inch studs, and in some houses this is becoming a 2x6. So that could be even thicker. And then you've got your gypsum board, which for some reason people across the pond think is cardboard. It's literally gypsum. And I guarantee you, I saw some people talking about, I see this in the movies, they're punching their hands right. I guarantee you. Well, first of all, mobile homes can have, or at least old ones, can have what amounts to cardboard as their interior finishing. That I will grant you, mobile homes have that. Most houses, and I'm pretty sure most current manufactured homes, do not. And I guarantee you, if you try to put your fist through this wall and you find a stud, you are going to break your hand. Because the stud don't care. Now, a lot of homes in the UK are also what we call timber framed. And in fact, the stone and concrete's a kind of a recent development. All of your old Victoria homes are wood framed. Because y'all used to have a whole bunch of timber. And then you built the world's strongest navy for several hundred years out of wood. And you nearly extincted trees on your little island doing so. And that's when you stopped using wood in home construction. We never had that issue, so we kept using it. Oh, speaking of walls, did you see that idiot getting roasted for saying you can't drill through 2 feet of wall? I did. I actually have done that. One of my jobs, we installed one of the parts of the job was installing network cabling, and we were at a National Guard armory, where they keep the guns and the vehicles and stuff. And we had to go through a firewall, a solid concrete firewall. And we broke out a drill. And we drilled through it. It wasn't even a good drill as far as drills go. It was like one of your bog standard concrete drills. They're not all that heavy or special or expensive. And we put a concrete bit on it and we went through. And that's when we figured out that somebody was breaking code in that building because the drill got caught up on a blanket. Like an actual blanket. So we have an idea of who built that building and what their legal status was. But, yeah, the concrete was not a problem. The concrete was not a problem for the drill bit. It was the blanket. The blanket fucked it up. And you know why that is? Is because strength comes in a lot of forms. You have compressive strength. You have tensile strength. You have shear strength. It turns out, actually, that stone and masonry is only good in compression. Wood, while being total lower strength, is good at compression and tension, and along certain axes, shear. Which is why wood bends in way before it breaks, is because if you've got, I have a drawing board right here. So you've got the wood fibers. Let's say these are wood fibers. And you've got a down force here. These fibers will compress. These fibers will expand because the fibers are good at both compression and tensile strength. This can happen quite a bit before structural failure occurs. Now, stone is really good in compression. Have you seen stone in tension? Or concrete? It's really, really terrible. That's why we reinforce concrete with steel rebar, because steel is very, very good in tension. So we use the steel rebar to give tensile strength to the concrete, which has very, very poor tensile strength and excellent compressive strength. And depending on the brittleness of the stone, like red brick has terrible shear strength. Terrible. But fun fact is you still don't want lateral loads on timber walls. So how do we combat this? So what you may not know is that in both stone and timber construction, the roof trusses tend to be timber. They will also make roof trusses out of metal. Do you know why that is? You'll never see in these superior concrete walled homes is important here, that the roof is just a flat concrete slab. In fact, you basically won't find any sort of angled concrete anything. That's because one of the things your roof does is helps your house walls resist lateral movement by tying them together. So when you try to push the wall in, it compresses this, and when you try to pull the wall out, this is in tension. And wood is very good at tension and compression along the length of the fibers. And we can control that in the roofing. And that's also why they're made out of metal. Is because they're good in tension. So on a metal roof, we'll want to set it up to where it's like it's mostly in tension most of the time. But it's also pretty good at compression. Point is, it's resisting the lateral forces. A stone wall without a structurally intact roof is going to topple with not much tension on it, or with not much lateral force on it, especially if that force is up here as opposed to down here, because you get a lever effect. Well, the unfortunate thing about high winds is that it pushes on everything. So the strength of a stone wall in a high wind event is only as strong as the roof that is connecting the wall to the adjoining wall, because once that goes, leverage forces take over, and it ain't pretty. It ain't pretty. Your house is a system, no matter where you are. Your house is a system of engineering components. It not just stone good, wood bad, wood burn, stone tough. You have fucking unga bunga logic. It's like, yeah, you can make a medical device out of safe materials that in combination are dangerous. And I won't go any farther than that because I took the sexual tags off a stream today. But making a house out of carved stone is way cooler than wood. Have you never played Valheim? I will agree, the stone aesthetic, really good. Okay, so back to the insulation part of this, because we're going to get to the high wind shit later. That's a little preview of the high wind shit. Oh boy, do I have tabs for you today, chat. Do I have wind tabs for you today? The, if your house is made of stone, first of all, usually there's masonry here. It's usually not a single block of stone, so we'll call them stone masonry houses, because that's what they are. let's talk about historic stone construction and even historic timber construction, because whole timber construction does this too, which is something speaking of Valheim, this is something y'all did, and the Brits too, actually. The Brits too. You take whole timbers, you put like mud and shit between the rounded timbers so that they can be stacked vertically on one another, like this. Wood and earth home. Like eventually these kind of just gel, right? And you've got your wall. Same problem, by the way, without the roof tying that together, that just topples. What both of these have in common is that they're not great insulators, but they both have high thermal mass. And what high thermal mass does is it acts like a capacitor in any other regard. It is basically a thermal energy capacitor. That's how we do thorium salt reactors, but I'm not going to get into that tangent, but it's the same principle. And then you boil water that spins a turbine, and I'm sure somebody will get that joke. But this is not insulation. And we're going to get to the hybrids in a bit. But the hybrids is more for the wind discussion, but we can get into the hybrids. So what this does, what a capacitor is going to do, what do electric capacitors do? Because thermal capacitors do the same thing. They smooth out the peaks and valleys of temperature. So these are without a capacitor. And it's going to look like this with a capacitor. So the average temperature of your home will be closer to the average temperature of the whole day. If boiling water is so good, why has no one made a kettle power plant, huh? He has a point. Because I'm too lazy to be an efficient power source. I knew that joke was coming. I just wanted to see what form it took. All right. Now, what does a capacitor have to do to accomplish this in addition to having high thermal mass? Well, it can't be copper. It can't also be a conductor, and that's why capacitors are not conductors. They're built like batteries. There's impedance there. Otherwise, they can't absorb the charge and then release the charge in a manner that actually stabilizes the temperature. If they're also very conductive, they're actually going to make the problem worse. But stone is not that. Stone is actually stone and timber, or whole timber walls like this, timber and mud, are actually really good at what they do because they are not highly insulative or conductive. They're in that Goldilocks zone. But you're going, RM, if that's true, wouldn't these houses also be cold in the winter? Yes. Yes, they will. They absolutely will. But the heat battery thing is intentional. In the summer, you want the building to be the average temperature because your average temperatures are mild and comfortable, and the difference between your high and your low is actually really comfortable, and there's no need to manage the internal temperature of this structure in that scenario. In the cold, what you're doing is inside of this thermally massive structure, you've got a hearth. You've got a big hearth, and the hearth itself is also built to be like a heat sarcophagus. Like there's really thick stone all around it. And you burn a fire in here. And while you're sleeping, the wood runs out. And you don't freeze to death because what you were doing is during your waking hours, you were charging this structure with heat from the fire, and overnight, it slowly radiates back out and keeps your house warm. Modern wood frame homes do not have a lot of thermal mass. They have good insulation, but they don't have a lot of thermal mass. And they actually... It is not hard to heat or cool them from a mass perspective from the inside. Like the outside of the wood is going to be very hot. The inside of the wood is going to be very cold. There's a temperature gradient across that. There's a reason those moisture barriers are there. There's mold management stuff going on with how you do a modern timber frame house. But they actually do not have a whole lot of thermal mass to them at all. It's mostly you've got insulation there and whatever the mass of the timber is, and there's little else. So when your central heating and cooling is not functioning, it can actually drop temperature very, very quickly if you have any sort of thermal bridging or a window is open. This is very useful in the summer. Any situation where you've essentially defeated the insulation, the temperature inside of the domicile changes very rapidly. So these are fundamentally different concepts. So in a high thermal mass situation, if you add air conditioning to this, or what they call it aircon, what your air conditioner is actually going to have to do is to lower the temperature of this thermal mass. And if you live in a building where this scenario seems very familiar, you are in a poorly insulated building. Straight up. Now, they do have exterior masonry plus void space, and that void space is usually filled with like some sort of poly foam board. And then your interior masonry, I'm pretty sure only the interior masonry is actually the structural masonry. This is just as much as a facade as the brick on an American home. And there are solid brick American homes. My grandparents on my mother's side had a solid brick home. Because my grandfather was a mason. Like, not that kind of mason, the kind that actually builds masonry houses. Like, the idea that we don't have solid brick homes over here is crazy. Is it dominant? No. Did the UK literally double how many of those they were building last year from the year before? Yes. You guys are adopting wood frame homes at an incredible rate, by the way. You're catching up. But the idea that we just can't choose to build one is crazy. I will say that everywhere that this house did not have carpet was extremely cold to walk around in barefoot because of its high thermal mass. But this home was comfortable without air conditioning in the summer in Florida. Because the mason that built it understood cross currents and all sorts of fun stuff. This dude knew how to build a house. It was fancy in there. When you did cut on the AC, you didn't have it on long because it got cold real quick. So that tells me he insulated some portion of it in some way, and it was very, very effective insulation. Because the concrete slab is just so cold, but the house gets cold and stays cold very quick. But it had to be a super hot day for you to not just have the windows open. Like, seriously. It's a very well built home. Yeah, we've had professional masons down here for a long, long time. Like, the fucking White House. Do you think of the White House as a wood frame building? Is that what you think? Anywho, this sandwich resembles our wood frame homes quite a bit because it works on the same principle. You've got your load back here. You've got your facade / cladding here. You've got your insulative material between those. It's just that in wood, you can frame it out so that they occupy the same space. But if this is what you're bragging about as super thick walls, the reason that is because your structural load doesn't have any room in it to also fit the insulation, and then you're putting a thick brick facade on the outside. The actual structural part of your building is actually only about as thick as the wood timbers. So, useful to know about that. Now, if you're doing a concrete rebar commie block, which is what that is, if you're like, my house is sturdy because it's concrete and rebar, you live in a commie block. I'm very happy for you. Good luck with your insulation, because you're in a thermal mass situation. You are definitely in a thermal mass situation. And all of the insulation on your home has to either be on the inside wall or the outside wall or both. And I have a feeling that's where the 2-meter wall comes from. 2-meter wall. Yeah, most of that is the insulation that can't fit inside your wall the way that it fits in ours, being applied to the outside. And your concrete had to be thick enough to accommodate rebar, which automatically makes it thicker. Hooray. Also, not all of the concrete walls over there are reinforced. That's a pretty modern building code. Modern in a historical context, I should say. Not gonna lie, I'm probably gonna watch this VOD a dozen or so times. Yeah, am I keeping you entertained? Am I teaching you stuff? Because that would be cool. That would be cool. Get it? Because we're talking about beating the heat. On the note of beating the heat, all of these configurations have consequences for how you keep yourself cool. If it is hot, and this is where you have to be honest with yourself about what. Oh, nice streak, waifu. That's a pretty good streak. 3. But I always like it when you streak in front of me. It takes the edge off the day. But I have hopes for my home. I see. So, if you are in a high thermal mass situation, let me tell you a story about how RM grew up. Because while it wasn't a high thermal mass situation, we know you're married, give it a rest. While it wasn't a high thermal mass situation, the construction of the home caused the same problems in the summer. So I want to explain that to you first, so you know that I know where you are, I know where you've been, I know what you're suffering through. So when I was growing up, I lived in a trailer. The trailer was insulated, but it was insulated to like the 1970s standards. You have a little double wide trailer here with a roof. And this is where the problems start. The roof was tin and tar. Fun fact, back then, my heat exchanger was a combo unit that had an AC that didn't work and a furnace component that did. So I actually, as a southerner, have experience with gas furnaces. So that's cool. But the AC didn't work. And the AC didn't work until I was about 15, and we got another trailer because this one was falling apart. Literally falling apart. Man, I miss appliances. It was literally falling apart. Yeah, Dad taught me how to monitor the pilot light and make sure that was lit before engaging the furnace and flooding our entire house with propane and killing everyone. God, what was I, 7, 8 when he taught me how to light the furnace and monitor it and all that stuff? And we definitely had carbon monoxide alarms and all that fun crap. Funny enough, I still use those, even though I have complete control over whether or not my home has a carbon monoxide buildup, and there's basically nothing in it that could even do that. I still have those. But so in the Florida heat, the interior of this home, even with the windows open and box fans going, could still reach between 110 to 115 degrees Fahrenheit. And when we were about, or when I was about somewhere between 11 and 13, we got water beds. And no matter how hot the house got, if I took the sheets and the blankets off my waterbed and laid on it, that was cool. Thermal mass. But what you do in this situation is the same thing you do at this situation. If you have a thermal mass issue and the house has gotten to the point where it's hot and it's not cooling out, what you need to do is do what we did. And go outside. Do it. Do not be indoors. Find an excuse to be outside, preferably, not always, but preferably in the shade. I promise you that if I can do this at 102 Fahrenheit, which is what, 44, 45 Celsius? Maybe 42, 43, somewhere in the mid 40s Celsius at 70% humidity. You can do this at 83 in any humidity. That's when I learned that the shade underneath a tree was like a good 5 to 6 degrees cooler because of how leaves breathe and how they manage heat. They actually dump cold air on you, like actively dump cold air on you if you're underneath a tree in full leaf. So that's neat. Because they're also trying to use evaporative cooling. So, fun fact. And at this heat and humidity, evaporative cooling just doesn't work. And it was easily 110 to 115 degrees Fahrenheit inside the house. And I'm actually not familiar with what that's going to be in Celsius. So I'm actually going to throw open the calculator here. And do 115 to Celsius. Because I want to say that's getting close to... Yeah, that's 46. That's 46. So 102... Okay, that's only 38. That's only 38 Celsius, 102. So if I can do 38 Celsius at 70% humidity outdoors, I believe in you. You can too. Do not stay in the oven. Because that not only is that going to be as... Because if you... One of the things air conditioning does is it takes care of this. Air conditioners, while they are running in cold mode, are also natural dehumidifiers. They will take the humidity out of the air. That's one of the good things about using them in server rooms, is you can carefully control the humidity while you are also controlling the temperature. Sometimes you'll even have to, like, if it's going too strong, you'll even have to have humidifiers to, like, balance that out. But there's, like, a target humidity you want in a data center, and it's not 0. But it's going to take your humidity down. And that by itself, like, forget the temperature. It's the humidity that is killing you. It is the wet bulb that is killing you. Not that the UK has a high wet bulb, because they don't. And you can illustrate that because when we learned about our curve earlier, there it is. When London got to 93 degrees Fahrenheit 2 days ago, the humidity dropped to 23%. And the heat index went negative. That is not a humid heat. That is like one of the most comfortable, ideal humidity configurations for high temperature. At that humidity, swamp coolers work. That's right, we were going to get to swamp coolers. All right. And swamp coolers is not, it's not all that complicated. A swamp cooler is just, you got some liquid, you let it evaporate, you put a fan in front of it. You know, you got your bladed fan here. You put a fan in front of it. Wow, that's some foreshortening. You put a fan in front of it, fan spin. Yeah, swamp cooler would do nothing in the situation that I laid out for the trailer, but at 23% humidity, absolutely would. So this whole setup relies on this air being cooler from evaporation and then blowing that air at you. Well, in order to do this, the air actually has to evaporate. And as the humidity increases, as we've already learned, oops, I hate when I do that. And I'm talking about humidity in real terms, not relative terms. So we can actually say dew point goes up, evaporation goes down. So you guess what you actually will not see in Florida? You will not see swamp coolers in Florida. Only amongst the very stupid. And even the very stupid will figure out in very short order, it's not working. These things are a scam. Well, yes, where we are, they are a scam. But in the UK, where you guys are suffering, these work great. Because even if your humidity is high, your dew points are very low. Typically, even in the dead of summer, your dew points are very low. Like I said, July, the average is 12 to 15 degrees Celsius. And that's the bottom of the scale. That's ideal temperature. Only deserts have lower dew point, like literal deserts have lower dew points than you. That's why the UK people who are all like, yeah, I traveled to Utah and it's not like our heat because it was a dry heat and I was pretty comfortable in Utah. Utah's a literal desert. It's where we go racing in really fast jet-powered cars because of the literal fucking salt flats in the area where there used to be water, but now there ain't because it all evaporated because Utah is a big flat desert. Of course it felt better there. By the way, we're the United States. We have more than one biome. We do. We have more than one biome. Crazy, I know. But, like, we're a whole-ass Terraria server. We've got the jungle. We've got the ice. We've got the mountains. We got the desert. We got the beaches. We got the fucking sky islands. That's Colorado. So one thing you can do over the UK, in the UK, that in Florida we can't do, but people in Utah can, and in certain parts of Texas, because Texas actually has like 3 biomes. I think I told y'all the story, but I'm going to tell it again, where me and waifu went to San Antonio, and it was really hot in San Antonio, and our host was apologizing that it was so humid, and the humidity was 60%, and waifu had to get chapstick because her lips were cracking because they were too dry. And the host was apologizing about how horribly humid it was. Now, in Galveston, we probably would have been all right. But we weren't. We were in San and fucking Antonio, where they think their little live oak at the Alamo is just so big. Now, I'll give Texas this. Most things in Texas actually are bigger. But that Alamo live oak, that ain't one of them. That ain't one of them. Ours are way bigger. They're way bigger. At least they are in this part of Florida. Huge. Huge. Huge live oaks. But yeah, they actually have like a live oak that they're super proud of out there. They've got like a plaque on it and everything. Like, look how big this thing is. I literally have a bigger one in my backyard. In fact, there's like 2 or 3 of them that are all bigger, flanking my property. One of them is full of bees. We like the one that is full of bees. Probably not doing a whole lot of great stuff for the tree, but, you know, the honeybees everywhere, it's kind of nice. So yeah, there's that. You can get a swamp cooler. But again, my primary recommendation is, if you cannot get away from the heat because you do not have a heat pump, get away from it outdoors. Do not be inside. I'm not telling you you gotta go spend money somewhere. I'm saying just exist outside, find some shade, read a book. Not only are you getting exterior wind, because in a lot of places in the UK, you're going to have a sea breeze, which is the thing you claim keeps you so humid. So that's nice. Air in my area does not move. So, like, not only do we have that oppressive heat and humidity, but I'm in, like, one of the only parts of Florida where the air just doesn't fucking move. In Orlando, it moves. In Miami, it moves. In Jacksonville, it moves. Ish. It moves ish in Jacksonville. It does not move here. It does not move here. And that makes it even worse. And you know what the air is not doing inside of your house? Because I've seen some of y'all, like, not have box fans. That's crazy. It's not moving in your house. Get some ceiling fans. Petition the council. Make them mandatory. Ceiling fans go so hard. Also, put ice in your tea. Why do you think we do that? Why do you think we ice our tea all the fucking time? You know who drinks more hot tea? Yankees. Now, they also drink iced tea, but not nearly as much as we do. And they definitely drink more hot tea. The Yanks drink the hot tea. I do on occasion, actually. Fucking Yanks! Yeah, right? I love seeing Brits go, them damn Yankees! It's like, locally, internally to the United States, that is also a slur. But against a very specific group of people. And it's different from the way y'all use it. They also don't put so much sugar in their tea that it's crunchy. I agree, but I think that's something only diabetics and little kids do over here, because I take my iced tea unsweet now, because I'm an adult and my taste buds have shifted, and holy fuck, I cannot drink that fucking syrup that my parents made for me when I was little. Holy shit. Also, welcome in, Kiris. I'm trying to save lives for the 2 people who might see this. Alright, so anyway, your dew points in the UK allow you to use swamp coolers. That is a buff. That is something most of the United States does not get to do. Unsweet with a splash of lemonade. Yum. Yeah, you're not wrong. As a kid, like 5 years old, I put sugar in my soda when we went out to eat. Yeah, right? I think I did that too. Fuck. That core memory unlocked. You would take the little, like, tiny sugar packets at the restaurant that was meant for the coffee, but because it was an all-day diner, you were there for, like, late lunch or dinner or something, but the sugar packets were still on the table. Or fuck it, it's breakfast and you order a soda anyway, and then you you take a sugar packet and you put it in the soda. Oh, man. That was back when restaurants were full service and didn't just have a soda fountain that you could just walk to, and you would have to actually ask for your soda to be brought to you because, you know, servers were paid money to serve, and we did not self-serve our soda the way we self-served our gas. Though I also remember gas not being self-serve. Those were good times, actually. Dr. Pepper and bacon and eggs. Dump some Splenda in that Dr. Pepper. We had a swamp cooler when I lived in Colorado. Came home one day and almost couldn't open the door because of the built-up pressure, but the house was cold. Oh yeah, pressure differentials can be nasty. We have a room that seats 512, and the air column, because of the room is actually 2 full stories tall because it's a lecture hall. And the air, there's a delicate balance in configuring the doors so that they stay shut against that cold air column and complying with ADA. And generally, the ADA compliant doors cannot hold the cold air in all of the time. So in the dead of summer in that lecture hall, the AC will come on, and the exterior doors, especially the fire exit doors, will just swing the fuck open for a second or two before they close back in on themselves. You'll just be walking by and door opens itself, and it's kind of trippy. But, yeah, we're talking about that. Let's see. I'm going to run some ads again and go on another bathroom break, and then I'm going to stop drinking so many goddamn liquids. But, I will be right back, chat. Don't go anywhere. Or do go anywhere, but come back soon. There's my BRB screen. Chat, the way I keep nearly hitting the stop stream instead of the transition button, it's been like 3 times this stream. Also, for my non-subs, well, I guess I'll have to ask them after the ad break is actually officially over. I took those tags off my stream today because, like, this is a general purpose stream. Have y'all been getting full ads today? I guess I can ask that now, because if they haven't been getting full ads, they can hear me. Alright, now we are no longer in ads. Oh, you still haven't... My channel is flagged. My channel is flagged, so I guess if you run... I guess if you run those tags together, you get flagged for... Oh, right, you are a sub. God fucking damn it. I forgot. You've got the badge and everything. I was congratulating you on your baby earlier in stream. See, you forget what you say after stream. I forget what I'm doing while I'm doing it. I just remember it afterwards. That doesn't make any sense, but it's also kind of true. I don't realize what I'm saying right when I say it, but I remember that I did. And you know what you're saying when you're saying it, but you never remember what you say during stream. And by our powers combined, we are autism. Okay. General heat tips. Because I've spent a long time talking about, like, the physics of heat and why these houses are getting hot and what to do about it. Oh, one more thing real quick. Because the Brits keep confusing thermal mass with insulation. I just have to say this. Insulation also stops heat from entering a system. If you cool this system with a heat pump, it will stay cold. If your house doesn't do that, it's not insulated. And don't talk to me about the windows, because the windows can also be insulated. In fact, our windows in the States tend to be bigger than yours by like a factor of 4, because they have twice the measurement in both directions. You know, the square law. It's a 2-dimensional space. We have way more window surface area than you do. They're just triple paned, coated, and reflective to infrared. And it's fine. Because even with those giant gaps in the so-called insulation, we have a total system of insulation of like R15 or higher, up to like R21, which is actually below your new construction standards, and even at those numbers, it works just fine. Heat pumps actually take up a surprisingly low amount of electricity. Running your... Oh, that's the other one. Running your computer. Generally, especially if you're streaming, running your computer uses a roughly equivalent amount of power. But we're going to get into that one. And this is the one that I think people find really intolerable. Um, turn off electronics. Barring your refrigerator and freezer and things like that. Turn them off. And not just turn them off, unplug them. Unplug them. Make sure they are drawing 0 power. No phantom power, no standby electricity. Turn those fuckers off. Big problem. Because your refusal to adopt AC is not just an increasing temperatures outside problem. You are adding computing devices, which any streamer stateside or otherwise can tell you. I'm experiencing it right now. The temperature in my air-conditioned home is definitely higher around my streaming PC. It's higher. Sometimes it's uncomfortably high. Sometimes I regret being a fleshy and having to wear clothes. I can't imagine not having AC and then also running a stream setup with fucking lights and a computer involved. That sounds fucking miserable. Don't do that. Don't do that to yourselves. Just don't. All right, you've added computing devices, appliances of all shapes and sizes. You know, that dishwasher generates heat, and it is insulated, but it's not like perfect. It's not like it's got a heat vent on it, and that it, after the dry cycle, it pumps that heat out of the house. It doesn't do that because that ducting would kind of really seriously defeat its water tightness. I understand a lot of you still hang your clothes outside. That's great. There's a lot of days over here where that's not an option because of the rain. We have more than you, at least in my neck of the woods. Also, the dew point can be high enough that the clothes, even in direct sunlight, just won't dry. So, now, I will say, a clothesline dried outfit, and especially bath towel, if any of you Yanks or youngins in chat have never experienced a sun-dried bath towel, you will start looking at your dryer differently. You will start to realize how dry it's not getting things. Oh my god, those are good. So crunchy. Yeah, it's great. It's great. But like, sun-dried bed sheets just fucking smell different. If you have pollen allergies, I don't suggest doing that, actually, but oh man. Sun-kissed bed sheets are the fucking best. So unless your HOA bans it, do that once in your life. Like, sun-dry your bed sheets and your towels. Just those. If nothing else, just do those. I'm not saying, like, put in permanent clotheslines and do it forever. Like, do it as an experiment once. Sun dry those. Oh my god. Some parts of being poor were actually kind of nice. Also, folding a bed sheet coming off of a clothesline is a much easier process solo than folding one that just came out of a dryer. But anyway, I understand a lot of y'all over in the UK still line dry your clothes. That's a really good thing, because if you do have a clothes dryer, not all of that heat is being pumped out of your house. And you know, it ain't perfect. It ain't a perfect ventilation thing. You're pumping more. Don't use it. Use the clothesline. Go to a laundromat, use their dryer. Don't put that heat in your house. The same thing actually goes for clothes washers, but you can you can put those on a cold cycle. There's a lot of cold cycle compatible soaps, detergents you can use for that. Don't use the hot cycle unless you absolutely have to, but I just wouldn't. No hot water cycle. Don't use it. You are throwing so much heat into your insulated house without a heat pump to remove it compared to the people who built these houses. Okay, you've got all this shit, or most of this shit, pumping heat into your home. Even your phones. Man, my voice cracked there. What am I, 17? Your phones and their chargers are also throwing off heat. And it's not a lot of heat, but when you're already overheated, it adds up. Turn them off. But that would require you to stop doom scrolling on Twitter. So what you're doing is, like, you're sitting in your house with your hot-ass phone, which is actually running close to about, 100 Fahrenheit. Like, these ARM processors run close to that. And sometimes hotter. And that's just pumping heat into your house. And so is its charger, or maybe you're on a laptop, which does that even worse. Even if it is a really efficient, like, M5 Mac, those are way more efficient than an x86 based system as far as throwing heat out. But if you're a streamer and you've got your fucking computer on and your lights on, provided you have lights, and you're typing on your computer, I will never buy AC because it's hurting the environment. You are in a house that's just throwing BTUs into it that it was never designed to accommodate. Our houses weren't designed for AC. They weren't designed for computers either. I stream from a laptop. Yeah, and it goes nuclear, doesn't it? You'd never have that fucking thing in your lap. I've seen your setup. You've got it on that elevated platform so it can fucking cool itself. Nero, imagine your office without AC. Like, imagine actually using it. Imagine using your office and streaming and, like, intentionally turning your air conditioning off. Between my work desk and streak desk. It'll be a streak desk if you have your AC off. Like, I guarantee you guys over in the UK and in some parts of Europe are actually losing productivity to being uncomfortable that is measurable in your work statistics. Like, you can cope all you want. I bet you can see on a productivity graph at work where your hot days are in places where you don't have air conditioning. I bet you can see it. I'd be willing to bet some serious money on that. You're not performing as well grinning and bearing it. You're just not. People can tell. Another thing you can do, move the air. And this is the principle behind be outside. Again, this is a if you don't have access to AC kind of tip. Or let's say a hurricane came through and you don't have electricity for 2 weeks. It's almost like Floridians all know how to survive without air conditioning, because having electricity in this state is up to Mother Nature. And before y'all mouth off, a tropical storm did that to y'all. Specifically up in Ireland. Y'all like to cope and say it was a Category 3 hurricane, but it did not produce measurable hurricane force winds at any land station. It got close, but y'all didn't even get a Cat 1 at landfall. And you had hundreds of thousands of people without power. And that's going to be something we're going to address in the inclement weather side of this discussion. Because I've noticed there are some Euros who don't seem to quite understand that hurricanes and tornadoes not only are not the same thing, but that their categories are not even remotely close to each other. Tornadoes are way stronger. I think like a F1 tornado is the equivalent to an eye wall of a Category 3 hurricane, and there's never been a hurricane as strong as an F4 or F5. Like, they're not even remotely comparable systems. So when you say our houses could withstand both hurricanes and tornadoes, it tells me you don't know that those are significantly different. Proper hurricane to tornado math. Yeah. It starts to make me think that y'all don't know that those are significantly different weather events. Especially in the United States, which receives 95% of the global tornadoes and intensity. Nero, did you know that the tornadoes measured in Europe? Actually, I'm going to do this real quick. We'll save that for the fucking weather section. I started barreling into it. I have some tabs that will knock your socks off if you can stick around. They are bitch NATOs. They are. But some of them are not bitch NATOs. There's like a handful of them that are not bitch NATOs since like 1953. But there's a catch there. There's a catch there that I think you'll find entertaining. Use wet towels / find water. Now, the reason this works in the UK, they don't measure different, actually, unless you're talking about Toro's scale, which is a bullshit scale that nobody uses, and we're actually going to explain why that is later on. IF is actually valid-ish, but I see some assumptions in the IF scale that I don't think are actually founded on observation. Like the assumption that masonry buildings are stronger. Fuck you, those are Celsius tornadoes. Like, there's an assumption that a brick building is stronger to tornadic winds, and I don't think that's necessarily true because of the tension and compression loads I was going through earlier, and also these specific construction techniques. At low-end tornadoes, they may be stronger against flung debris, but as far as wind pressure on surfaces, I'm not sure they're any stronger than wood-framed buildings, actually. And I will explain that when I get to it. Also, one of the criticisms of the Toro scale is that there's actually no practical data to compare the model to, because they don't receive enough tornadoes to do that. But use wet towels, find water, because you have low dew points and those things work. If you are in an area with high dew points, like the south of Spain, you're going to be in a Florida situation where this doesn't work for you. But in the UK, you can abuse the fact that evaporative cooling works, and you can locate your ass next to water or get into the water or use a wet towel, and that will actually help cool you off. Use it around your neck. That actually does not work in Florida. You just have a wet neck. It won't cool you off. The water will initially cool you off with thermal mass. That will last all of about 30 seconds. And the evaporative cooling benefit will just not appear. Because it doesn't work. That's another thing. That was actually going to be a bad bullet point. We cannot acclimate to this weather. You're like, oh, you guys are used to it. Actually, no, we're not used to it. It's not possible to be used to it. It shuts down the primary temperature regulation mechanism. You can't get used to that. You can get used to that about as much as you can get used to being shot. You don't get stronger to bullets every time you get shot. And you will never, ever, ever acclimate to your sweat literally, physically not evaporating. That's not a thing. That's how people die of heat stroke, is that mentality. Heat stroke can set in like 10 minutes, by the way, in the Florida summer. Literally 10 minutes is all it takes. I have a story about that. Anyway, y'all can use wet towels, find water, low dew points. Reduce eating and spread your eating out. Smaller amounts of food over a longer period of time. What we're trying to do here is stop your body from going into a heavy digestive mode that raises your blood flow and your heart rate and raises your core temperature. I don't understand why we are having this "we have it worse than you" debate in the first place, like summer sucks. Yeah, that's why I wanted to turn this into a productive how to not die. But the reason we're having this back and forth basically goes like this. The Twitter algorithm is basically starting fights. And what I mean by that is, the first time I saw anything about this so-called discourse, and it's not a discourse. The first way that appeared on my timeline was somebody going, "We have heat that y'all cannot understand in the United States." And then when that was corrected, it got ugly. Because that is, first of all, that's factually wrong. And it was just corrected. And then that got ugly. And I have a feeling on their side of Twitter, someone did a regular complaint about the heat that didn't involve that language. And some American got hostile with them over it. I think the Twitter algorithm be algorithming, but I will say I have seen, my feed might be different than yours, and I have seen quite a bit of I've seen more factually inaccurate statements on their side than ours. I'll just say that. The worst I've seen on our side of the pond is people not knowing that brick buildings are usually brick facade and that the brick is not structural. That's about the worst thing I've seen on this side of the pond's discourse. I saw things on their side that became concerning. Like, you might actually die if you think this is how heat works kind of concerning. Which is why we're having this stream. Which is why I'm saying how heat work and how to avoid it, because it seems like they really are not used to these temperatures, and these temperatures, even at a comfortable humidity, can be dangerous, especially if you lock yourself in a humidity box because you think that's the right thing to do, because that's what you're doing. Yeah, you got to monitor your swamp cooler, by the way. Keep your windows open while you're using that swamp cooler, because you're going to raise the humidity inside of the domicile. And if you don't have some way to move your air around, you're going to turn it into Florida if you don't keep your windows open. You got to keep that humidity low. Again, my main, and you know, this is hurting their sleep. not having AC is definitely hurting their sleep. Like I said, I believe if you got into the internals of like their HR or whatever, you could see hot days in the form of reduced productivity. You absolutely could. And then like the tourists are not just UK. Like I said, we had people come from New York get 2nd degree burns because they went to Deltona, the Deltona area, and stayed on the beach for 4 hours straight out of New York with nothing but tanning oil on. And they got 2nd degree fucking burns. Like, it's not a joke. But that's because our UV is different. Our UV hits different. We have like Australian UV. Yeah. And I think as a Floridian, and I think the South Georgians and the Louisianans, the South Alabamans can all relate, and the Texans, the Gulf Coast Texans, all the Gulf Coasties can all relate to having these conditions and worse without AC being a thing. And that's why I'm like, that's another reason I'm talking about it, is because like I know exactly what not having AC during heat waves is like in conditions that are worse, and I have useful tips for you. My pale diabetic ass night for when I come visit. My ass might die. We're talking about that. Wear a wide brimmed hat. You know, like a straw hat. That's why we wear those. Keep the sun off of you. If you don't have that, use an umbrella. Like if you're outdoors. There's a reason you'll see those featured in like ye olden times illustrations. Even in the United States, there's a reason those exist. Now, if you're doing all of these seriously, no electronics. And I know that's a big ask. High SPF sunscreen is way better than skin cancer. Yes. Yes, it is. We'll talk about SPF later. The UV index in the UK doesn't get as high as here, but it does get high enough to wear sunscreen when it's really bad. And there's some other beach tips that I think people don't normally think about if they're on the beach and they're not accustomed to this. Actually, people who experience snow regularly also know this. But UV backscatter is a thing. But yeah, that's... You can burn when it's cloudy. You're actually more likely to burn when it's cloudy because you'll discount the risk, and the UV does not care about the cloud cover. It goes right through it. It goes right through it. It does not care. There are some caveats and asterisks and yeah buts on that one, but typically the UV just doesn't fucking care. You will burn in cloudy weather. So yeah, don't be like, hey, RM, I got out of my house, but it was still hot. I was on my phone the entire time, and it was up against my skin. Get rid of the electronics. And if that's too big of an ask for you, get an air conditioner. That's why we have them. You can't have all of these electronics running in the middle of a heat wave and be like, gosh, why is it so hot in here? and then be like on a moral high horse about not having an air conditioner. It just doesn't work that way. You're just being an idiot. I'm sorry. Like, I don't mean to contribute to an already toxic discourse, but in that specific instance, you're just being stupid. These houses weren't designed for AC. They also were not, and I know I'm harping on this a lot, but people do not really get how much heat their electronics are throwing into their house. It's a lot. It's a whole lot. This is why we have to account for land usage changes when comparing temperatures from now to temperatures for 50 years ago. Land use change is huge in the raw temperature record and has to be corrected when looking at long-term trends. It's like inflation. It's like monetary inflation. You have to factor it in. If you don't factor in inflation, the boomers have a point. And you know they don't. There's also temperature inflation. You're moving all of these appliances and electronics into your house, but not a way to remove all the heat that you're introducing, and then wondering why it's so much hotter than it used to be. It's not just the outside ambient temperature. You've made the inside of your house hotter by default. In fact, what you've done is you've put your house in a state where if it isn't strictly cooler than the inside, you're running at a thermal load. So you got to consider that stuff. I have to consider that stuff when I'm putting 30 plus computers into a computer lab. I have to be like, how many BTUs is this? Because I can guarantee, oh man, that happened once. So for the purposes of becoming green and saving electricity, we had this policy where the AC would be turned off when no one was in the building. And no one bothered to ask/think about how hot a computer lab could get when the AC was off. So one day I walk into the office and all of my computer labs are down, every single one of them. And I walk into those rooms and it's 120 on the thermostat in the room. And it is just like you open the door and oven. See, the reason those computers were all down is because they had to all emergency shut off from overheating. Because when there's 30 of them in a room and you turn the AC off, they get above their safety temperatures and heat the air mass of the room to 120 before they do it. That's what you're doing in the UK, is you're putting all of this heat generating crap into your house and being like, must be the global warming. That accounts for 2 degrees Fahrenheit roughly, or 1 degree Celsius since we've been measuring it, and even less than that during your lifetime. If I were generous and only applied those averages to the extreme, that would be like 3 degrees Fahrenheit. So you can't blame global warming, because like 3 degrees Fahrenheit it's not a difference maker over the course of an entire summer. It's not. I'm sorry. Yeah, I can. Okay, and that's an extreme. That's if I don't apply all the warming to the cold days, which is actually closer to the truth of how that's distributed, by the way. It's like 66% of the global warming is record highs when it's supposed to be cold, not record highs when it's supposed to be hot. But if I give you all of that to the hot, it's about 3 degrees Fahrenheit, and even less than that in your lifetime. You know what did change in the last 50 years? All the fucking electronics in your fucking house. You've got to remove those BTUs, which, by the way, is your unit, British Thermal Unit. So maybe learn a bit about British thermal units and how to control those. When I worked on site, the upstairs AC went out, so IT went and hid in the server room. Yeah, because if the server room gets hot, IT's going to be in there anyway. because they've got a big problem. So yeah, you can blame the global warming all you want. That is not what is making you feel hot. I guarantee it. I guarantee what is making you feel hot is the extra sources of heat that you have in your home. And you need to install air conditioning. Especially if you're a streamer. Hey, Kiris, has your computer ever made it uncomfortably hot while you're streaming? In an otherwise air-conditioned building? Mine sure fucking has. Not to mention I'm a fleshy, so I get the lights on top of it. Don't do this to yourself. Especially if you show flesh and you can't take off your clothes. Maybe stream on Fansly if that's what your solution is. No, but the 42-inch monitors I got from another job, dude. Yeah, people don't consider that, like, all of the electronics are throwing heat out. That's the monitors. Even the mouse. Because a lot of these are wireless now. If your mouse is wireless, it's actually throwing out heat, too. Like, I mean, a regular mouse is also throwing out, but it's, like, negligible. But the battery's getting hot from discharging and charging is actually not insignificant. So there's that. Did you know that in England, because of the way the DC current is and that it's at like 240 volts, that British electric kettles can pull up to like 2 to 3 kilowatts of power while they're on? First of all, stop heating your water inside the house. I already listed that up on the general heat tips. But yeah, don't do that. You know, ice that tea, man. Ice that tea. Also, it's a myth that grabbing an ice cream is going to do much to affect your core temperature. If anything, ice cream bad. Eating ice cream because you're hot is like eating chocolate to make yourself feel better because you're depressed about your weight. And chocolate has endorphins, so you eat chocolate. You will get very, very temporary relief. But then you'll realize you just ate a bunch of chocolate. The ice cream works the same way. Initially, it's a cold shock to your system. But it does not change the equilibrium between you and the outside. And when you eat that ice cream, what's going to happen is that the systems responsible for your homeostasis are going to turn your temperature up to get your core temperature and especially your stomach back to where it should be. And it will do that very quickly. So temporarily, you will feel the relief of the cold ice cream, but in the long term, you are making it worse. Because your temperature, your body will raise its homeostasis temperature to counteract the ice cream. I also transitioned from Vroid and VC Face Warudo to VTube Studio with VBridger and iFacial mocap, so I don't have to have a lot of bright lights when streaming. That's good. When I was early on trying out VC Face to play practical jokes during COVID, I actually had to put eyeliner because of the sunken eyes. I had to increase the contrast between my eye whites and the not white part to improve the face tracking because I don't have iPhone. So it doesn't use IR sensors for that. I don't think VC Face... Is VC Face the one that doesn't use those in the first place? I forget. It's been years since I've really seriously messed with that. The most VTuber I get these days is a Fugi. That's not connected to anything. Because I know Fugis can be connected to stuff. Anyway, ice cream bad, actually. If you overdo it on the iced drinks, that will actually also do the same thing. So, like, when it comes to cold drinks, slow sippies. No chugging. That is a temporary measure that is actually in the long term bad. It's like, you know, when you're eating spicy hot wings and you can't, and it's like on the border of your comfort level, and then you have like some ranch or milk or something, and then the next hot wing just tastes even hotter because you've reset your fucking taste buds and they're ready for a fresh round of being excited by capsaicin. It sounds counterintuitive, but a hot shower will make you feel colder. Yeah, I still wouldn't do that in a place that isn't being regulated by AC unless the dew point was also low. And in the UK example, typically the dew point is going to be low enough that I would consider that safe. Again, just keep your windows open. Avoid humidifying your space by having your hot water running and causing steam, and then also having your windows shut. Don't humidify a place that is already hot. Don't do that. In fact, I'm going to put that as a bullet point. Keep shit dry. And I believe related to that, I've got a bullet point up here of keep air moving. Yeah, move the air. Keep shit dry, move the air. Did I say find shade? I know I said that. Did I write that? No. Find shade. Especially leaf shade. Because, as I explained earlier in stream, leaves are actually actively doing evaporative cooling, and being under full leaf cover is going to lower the temperature by a good 5 to 6 degrees Fahrenheit. Sometimes as high as 10 degrees Fahrenheit temperature reduction. Your weather service will tell you what the shade feels like. If you are under a full leaf tree, it'll be a little bit lower than that. It'll be a little lower than that. This one kind of sucks. Relax. Regulate your emotions and relax. If you get mad because it's hot, it's going to feel even hotter because mad causes adrenaline to happen and causes your core temperature to go up. So you need to relax. You need to chill out. That's actually literal in this case. Double entendre. You need to chill out. But yeah, a hot shower can definitely shock your system into lowering the homeostasis point, at least temporarily. Oh! One thing everybody has to keep in mind, regardless of your dew point, because your body's going to try to sweat anyway, even if the sweat's not doing anything. Replace your electrolytes. Whatever your Gatorade, Powerade, Liquid IV equivalent is over on that side of the pond, use it. Use it. you lose a lot of electrolytes, particularly sodium, when you've been sweating all day. And water does not have that in it unless you put it there. So you need to be mindful about that. That's actually very, not only is that essential to body function, it's essential to sweat function. And if you start running low on it, your sweat's less effective just by default. So replace your electrolytes. Keep an eye on that. I know that sounds, this is a pretty big list, actually. But I've got more. If the option is available to you, because I know a lot of you don't have this option, cook outside. Running the oven, running the stove, that throws a lot of heat into your house. Cooking your dinner outside, maybe even eating it outside, but at least cooking it outside and then bringing it in can keep a lot of heat out of your house. Cook outside. If it's available to you. I do that even when I have air conditioning. But I do it especially when hurricanes hit and the power goes out. I'll go to the grill and I will cook literally all of my meals on the grill to keep that out of the house. And I'm not even living in a cracker house. So a cracker house is designed to create crossflow for air. I don't have one of those. So like, yeah, I get it. I know what not having AC is like. I have strats. This actually goes to the water one that I already wrote, but like, take a soak in your tub. Don't use hot water to do it. Just run the cold water, fill the tub, soak in the tub. Where did I put that? Find water. There's a, yeah. Use wet towels / find water. Again, bringing electronics into this situation is not something you want to do. Notice how a lot of these involve giving up modern conveniences. You ever notice that? Let's see. I know I have more, but I believe these are the big ones because, like, sunscreen is not strictly a heat control thing, though if you're following the be outside model, I recommend SPF 50. Sometimes higher. And it'll be like, RM, don't they say SPF over 30 is a waste? Some people say that. Let's look up how SPF is determined. Because there's a... You know when you're gaming and you're linearly counting down, like you have a stat that scales linearly. What's the difference between a stat that counts down to 0 linearly and a stat that counts up from 100 linearly? The one that is counting down to 0 linearly gets more valuable per point. So the math on SPF let's do green for SPF and make that. duration is huge here. The minimum SPF value you want is 30. And there's a bit of a myth going around that values over 30 are also not great or are a waste of money, and that 30 is just the Goldilocks sweet spot that everybody needs to be at. So the math for that is minutes to burn unprotected times the SP or the SPF number equals the maximum protection time, and this is measured in minutes. This is very dependent on the UV factor. So yesterday, or actually today in London, the UV factor was 8, and I don't have this memorized, so I am looking this up, that it takes... Let's see... 8 burns in how long? It's not a large number. Let's see. 10 minutes to burn. 10 minutes to burn. So if we go back to the calculation, $10 minutes to burn times SPF 30 equals 300 minutes of protection. Maximum. Okay. So that's what? That's almost 5 hours. That's like 4 hours, actually, on the dot. Yeah? No, it's 5 hours on the dot. It would be 6 if it were 360. But if you go SPF 50 or 70 or so on, this just scales linearly. But RM, I don't need 500 minutes in the sun. And I think this is why people think, oh, it's a waste. But that's SPF, or that's UV factor 8. Around here, we regularly get UV factor 12 for months at a time. It will like ping pong between 12 and 10. Some days it'll be 8 for reasons, but we're quickly approaching UV 10 to 12 season, and it's even higher if you're on a sandy beach because the UV will bounce off the white sand and tan you from both sides, literally identically to the mechanism snow does for the same thing. So if the burn time on 8 is as little as 10 minutes, what do you think it is for 12? That could be 5 minutes. That could be 5 minutes. And then suddenly the SPF 50 is looking pretty good. Because at 5 minutes, you're only getting protection, again, maximum. If you're extremely fared skin, you're going to be at the short end of these maximums. Because you will burn with less total UV exposure, so these are kind of waffly. But at 5 minutes, you're only getting like just over 2 hours of sun protection, and that's if you applied it properly. That's if you didn't shortchange yourself somewhere. And as somebody who regularly goes to the beach, because I live close to the beach, and puts sunscreen on, you're going to miss a spot or two, or at the very least, there's going to be spots with less sunscreen on it. There will be an application problem somewhere. There's a reason, if you're going to the beach, you help other people put their sunscreen on. The sprays suck. Do not use sprays. That's going to be another one of my practical tips. Do not use aerosolized application of sunscreen, because the slightest breeze is just going to fucking ruin that. And if you're at the beach, there's going to be a breeze, and it usually is not going to be a light breeze. It's going to be enough to seriously fuck with the aerosol can. Just get the cream and spread it by hand. And quit being shy about it. Also, if you're not wearing a hat, don't forget to get in part your scalp will burn through your hair. You can see that as full head of hair as I had, like, my part is clearly visible and the sun will play with it. And yeah, that's also why I have the hat recommendation. If you're in a windy place, you will need a hat with a chin strap. It does matter. And unless you've got a very wide sun hat, your shoulders will still be exposed. But yeah, that's a good tip, Kyrus. If you're not wearing a hat, it's got to go in your scalp. The point is, the SPF 50 is not only not a waste in a UV 12 situation. I would suggest that between human error, especially if you don't have a buddy to help you out, variability, how much you sweat, unless you wear a cap made of lead, then it will be protected. True. But yeah, but between all of the factors that go into, like, an application, remember these calculations for SPF are in a laboratory. If you're going into the water, yeah. That being said, it does not take much depth in the actual water to start blocking UV. That's enough, like, water attenuates light pretty fucking clearly. No, you're fine. We can yell here. It's like 10:30. We can yell here. I guess I'm not getting to the weather part. Shit, it's late. Do I keep going? I'm just being. I've spent basically the whole time on the sun safety bit and the heat bit, because that's kind of important. I definitely will be doing a stream about hurricane season and inclement weather, but I think I've run out of time to cover that on this one. Like, I don't mind keeping going on the heat part, but I don't really have time to start an entire other topic. I will look at some of the Toro scale stuff, because I promised we would get into that. Because the Toro scale specifically has some issues, and I would not use it. Monday's the big day. Yep. Get your weather radio if you're in if you're in CONUS. Let's see. So we're just going to change what we're looking at here. Them feathered freaks don't care about UV. They got the feathers. So this has a lot of citation needed on it, but it checks out. Unlike with the F scale, no analyses have been undertaken at all. I'm going to expand this so you can read it. At all to establish the veracity and accuracy of the T-scale damage descriptors. See, the thing about the Fujirita scale... Alright, man, see you, Lirio. The thing about the Fujirita scale is they had a lot of practical damage to comb over. There's not a lot of practical damage to comb over in Europe from tornadoes. Nero, are you here? I needed an alive check for Nero, because there's a chart he needs to see. The scale was written in the early 1970s and does not take into account changes such as the growth in weight of vehicles or the great reduction in numbers and change of type of railway locomotives, and was written in an environment where tornadoes of F2 or stronger are extremely rare. So little to no first-hand investigation of actual damage at the upper end of the scale was possible. Alright, Nero, because we're about to see something wild. The Toro scale has more graduations than the F scale, which makes it arguably more useful for tornadoes on the lower end of the scale. However, such accuracy and precision are typically not attainable in practice. Brooks and Doswell stated that the problems associated with damage surveys and uncertainties associated with estimating wind speed from observed damage make highly precise assignments dubious. In survey reports, Fujita ratings sometimes also have extra qualifications added, minimal F2 or upper end F3 damage, made by investigators who have experience of many similar tornadoes, and relating to the fact that the F scale is a damage scale and not a wind speed scale. So the Toro scale is just bullshit. Got it. Yeah. Basically. There was a list of tornadoes somewhere in here that have been measured with the Toro scale. That might have been the IL, actually. That might have been IL. Give me a second. I'm just going to transition to that real quick so that search suggestions do not come up. Okay. This is the part you need to be paying attention to. It's in one of... List of tornadoes rated on the International Fujita scale. Apparently, this is exhaustive. Are you ready? This is exhaustive. Look at the size of the scroll bar real quick, if you can see that. At least 40 tornadoes received an official or unofficial rating on the 2018 draft version of the International Fujita scale, with official ones in Czech Republic, Denmark, Italy, Russia, Greece, Germany, and in France, and 2 unofficial ones in the United States. Unofficial don't count. So 38 between the inception of the international version of the Fujita scale and 2018. It's not as much as I thought. That's the whole problem. This is an exhaustive list up to 2018 of the tornadoes even rated in the IF scale. They are way, way lower than our annual number of tornadoes since 1942. This is the number of tornadoes since 1942. that have IF ratings, and it's in the 40s at the most. There's an IF4. An EF is what we use, and it's the superior scale because it has more data behind it, essentially. This is what Europe uses to measure their tornadoes. Because they think the damage ratings have to be changed because their structures are stronger against tornadoes. But they only have 40 data points for that. They only have 40 data points for that assertion. I, for one, do not think that a masonry building has the natural advantages that people seem to think it do against even low-end tornadoes, because of what I was explaining earlier about how the roofs are still wood-framed and are required for structural integrity. Yeah, US averages 4 to 5 times as the tornadoes as Europe does. It's higher than that, I think. Like, we get 95% of global tornadoes. Somewhere in that ballpark. So that would be like 10 to 20 times. But we can look that up. That's a thing that can be looked up. We're better at everything, including having storms. We're better at having every type of natural disaster. We have earthquakes. I don't think the UK has earthquakes. I know Iceland has some activity because they're on like a fault line. But I don't think Britain gets earthquakes. We get around 1,200 a year while Europe gets 400. Four times seems awful low. Actually, that number is only 3 times. There's no way. You're talking about a lot of IF zeros if that's the case. Which means a lot of radar-reported hook echoes that actually aren't anything. We have everything except volcanoes. We have everything except volcanoes so far. Also, we don't really get earthquakes. Like, there's a rumble here and there because of an Alabama fault line, but it's nothing serious. It's nothing like California gets. And the tornadoes are all up in the upper Midwest and the West-West. The upper West-West, actually. Yeah, Hawaii does not have volcanoes. The volcanoes have Hawaii. You gotta get that straight. I mean, yeah, and ours would also include F0. But I kind of wonder if they're not over-reported. Yeah, that's what Yosemite is. Mount St. Helens. You probably missed the part where I was talking, where me and Kiris were talking specifically that Florida has everything except volcanoes. But yeah, we have major volcanoes to the north and to the west. Merc. I just said Yellowstone. I just said Yellowstone. I can't wait until Yellowstone pops off and then we can never argue at each other on the internet ever again. Let's see. We have one IF0 plus. Why would you give a plus or a minus to an IF0? I think this might be a thing, yeah, some of those blow. We are effed. Yeah. This tells me they're more interested in the accuracy of the low-end tornadoes because, like, why would you ever give a plus or minus rating to an IF0? This must be what they mean by it's just some wind, bruv. But yeah, it says only 40 tornadoes have even been rated. Only 40 tornadoes have been rated since 1942 on this scale. We do have a rating for those in the United States. They're called URs. That's when we record a tornado that was either insignificant enough to give a rating or was in an area so remote that there was no damage to observe. That might be where the number inflation is coming from. We just label those UR or U. This plus right here makes me think that they don't do that. IF2 de-roofed several homes. Ultra rares? Oh shit. Damage day for I need to pull for Leather Mommy in Azure Lane because the event's almost over and I have not even opened the app, but I have 400 cubes and a lack of give a damn. The tornado was given an F2 scale due to the roof damage. This is in Denmark. Obviously, it's rated based on the damage it does. That's the whole point of tornado ratings. But this only got an IF2 because it damaged a roof and tossed a chicken barn 3 kilometers. Well, depending on the chicken barn, we have F1s that do that. That seems generous. IF2 minus. See, why? Nobody calls an F2 weak F2 strong F2 in the EF scale. We don't start doing that until we get to like the 3s and the 4s, where a strong 3 is significantly different than a weak 4, but is also much more significantly different than a weak 3. Strong tornado? T4? That's that Toro rating bullshit. F2, okay. That's not the EF scale, though. That's the old Fujita scale. Oh, yeah. 1954. Of course it would be. Because it overturned a car. A much lighter car. That's why we have EF, by the way, is changes in vehicle weight and shit like that. Displaced a car 20 meters, so 60 feet, into a yard. I think that's why they think tornadoes are just a bit of wind. This one's interesting. A violent tornado that is 2015 Italy. You've seen pictures of this going around. A violent tornado damaged or destroyed numerous structures. The European homes that can't be destroyed and would survive an F5 were destroyed by an IF4. Weird. A short-lived tornado. Because another thing about tornadoes that I was going to bring up is that our tornadoes are more intense and they are longer track. An F4 tornado is not an F4 tornado for its entire life. It's an EF4 where the EF4 damage was recorded. Tornadoes lift, they rope out, they reform, they drop back down, they leave multiple tracks, they leave one big long track. They can be really, really strong for 2 miles and barely be an EF1 for the next 7 miles. They fucking do what they want. So the average amount of time that a tornado is this intensity is also relevant. But if a tornado ever causes EF4 damage, it's rated an EF4, no matter how small or large the track of EF4 damage is. If it causes EF4 damage at all, it is an EF4. Also, how many of these are UK? Denmark, 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 Germany, Italy, Germany, Sweden, Sweden, Denmark, Denmark, Denmark. The bulk of the Euro tornadoes seem to be Denmark. Russia, Denmark, Spain, Greece, Cyprus, Turkey, 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 Slovak Republic, Czech Republic. Ooh, that one's bad. Oh, this is the one where they said our houses can survive an IF4. Look at this. And then you looked at the pictures and the houses were utterly obliterated. This one killed... It says somewhere around here how many people died, but it was in the teens. It destroyed or damaged 1,200 structures through multiple towns in June 2021. Again, though, this is Czech Republic. All of these seem to be well east of the UK. A well-built brick structure was completely destroyed, which would warrant an IF5 rating. Not in the United States. An EF4 can do that to a well-built brick building in the United States. And well-built is pretty well-defined. EF5s are when you get significant ground scouring and the foundations are picked up, and EF4 is slab. EF5s move the slab. And both of them completely debark trees, which is another thing. Which prevented the... Let's see. However, a rather weak connection between the roof and the walls was found. Why would that be relevant? Why would that be relevant? Why would a weak connection between the roof and the walls matter to whether or not the walls folded in? Maybe it was that impromptu physics lesson I gave at the very beginning of stream about how walls that aren't tied together by a roof are actually extremely easy for wind to push over. So it turns out when your roof goes, which almost all of you in your brick buildings and stone buildings have wood frame roofs, the walls immediately go right after. Which means everything above F2 is as dangerous to you as it is to us. Which prevented the damage to be assigned to an IF5 rating. Now, the reason I say that is because F2 is the boundary of the roof is gone. Because they're defined by the damage they do, and F2 is the boundary of the roof is gone. Once the roof is gone, hope that your walls also go, because everything inside of that bowl is now a blender. What makes me giggle is US regularly has tornadoes powerful enough to rip plumbing directly out of foundations. Even if EU houses were wrought out of giant boulders, they would not be safe from US tornadoes. That is absolutely true. And you wouldn't want them to be. Again, every single piece of debris inside of those big, strong walls is going to become shrapnel that will literally debone you. We have had that happen to people. You get sand blasted down to your skeleton. This location was assigned peak winds estimated at 380 kilometers per hour. or 236 miles per hour. Unofficial. It was EF4. Why? A long-tracked wedge and ninth tornado spawned by the quad state supercell that damaged, destroyed, or obliterated numerous structures along a path of 165 miles. Remember the tracks we were talking about? What was the track on this IF4? Wait, how many miles was that? 165 miles. That would be like a significant portion of the Czech Republic. Twister wasn't making up stuff about tornadoes skewing trees with straw or piercing concrete with a piece of wood. They weren't making that up either. The El Reno and Joplin tornadoes were crazy, even by our standards. And the discourse on that was really weird. The argument was basically, well, because that was your worst tornado, you have to pretend it doesn't exist. That was literally the argument. Well, you don't get them every day. Don't act like the EF5 is every tornado. We're not. This is a matter of those exist here and not there. They literally don't. There's not a single IF5 on this list, I don't think. Except the ones in the United States. Two of these rated in the IF scale are practice on tornadoes that are in the United States. I still haven't seen UK. More Netherlands / Denmark. I'm going to keep calling you people the same thing. Sweden, Norway, France. UK is not even represented on this list. Anyway, that tornado in Kansas went 165 miles, which is 266 kilometers. It was an EF4 on the superior scale. Discuss the differences between the 2021 Western Kentucky and the South Moravia tornado. In the thread, it was noted that one of the EF4 damage indicators would probably be a D-class structure in the IF rating system, which gives a rating, one of those buildings they say we don't have, which gives this a rating of IF4 when almost completely destroyed, as seems to be the case here, meaning the 2021 Western Kentucky tornado would have probably been equivalent to at least an IF4. So yeah, they're literally using our storms for practice because they don't really have them. And he was comparing it to, I think it was this one? And this was also a United States. An intense tornado. This tornado was rated EF3 on our scale. But on October 26th conference on severe local storms, the European Severe Storms Laboratory presented evidence through photographs. Let's not use a fancy word for that. Through pictures that the tornado had winds of at least 118 meters per second, with a graphic showing IF4 and IF5. That's another thing I forgot about the IF scale. The EF scale measures wind over the course of a 3-second average estimation. The IF scale measures the maximum instantaneous wind speed estimate. So they're fundamentally measuring different things, and a tornado in the United States has the potential to jump ratings in the IF scale because we measure for a longer duration of wind speed, or rather we estimate for a longer duration of wind speed, whereas the IF system measures for instantaneous. So that's a difference. Funnily enough, they do the exact opposite for hurricanes. We measure 1 minute sustained for our sustained wind measurements for categorization. The internationals, or at least Europe, measures the 10-minute average, which is why Ireland never recorded a hurricane strength sustained wind. And it's dubious whether or not they would have on the 1 minute average, but it at least would have been close. But the 10-minute measurement put the maximum recorded sustained wind speed in Ireland for Ophelia at 69 miles an hour, which is a strong tropical storm. And that was at landfall. Almost nowhere in Ireland saw more than tropical depression winds. So yeah, there's that. I guess they're too busy measuring everything with that Toro scale that doesn't make sense. That's just a heavy rainstorm. Yeah, I know. Let's actually look up Ophelia Hurricane Ireland, I think. Yeah. Hurricane Ophelia, known as Storm Ophelia while extratropical. This will be the last thing we read, and then I gotta pack it in. Was regarded as the worst storm to affect Ireland in 50 years, and was also the easternmost Atlantic major hurricane on record. Not by landfall. That's what confuses people. The 10th and final consecutive hurricane and 6th major hurricane. Ophelia had non-tropical origins, blah, blah, blah. Where's the... completing an extratropical transition on 16th October. Early on 17th October, the cyclone crossed the North Sea and struck western Norway with winds and gusts up to... Oh, okay. Moved across... Wait. By the time it got to Norway, the gusts were only 7 km. So 43 miles an hour. That's nothing. Our thunderstorms do that. Actually, our thunderstorms do worse. By about 50%. Before weakening during the evening of 17th October. The system then moved across Scandinavia. All that rain melted their mud hut. That's actually literally what happened. We keep going. Low pressure, Azores. Shallow weak convection. Cold core center. NHC. Cyclogenesis. Where was the part where was the part where it landed? Because they say what the wind speeds were. The hurricane accelerated to the northeast under the influence of a large mid-latitude trough. This is probably a shearing trough. Ophelia weakened slightly later that day. The cloud tops warmed due to moderate vertical wind shear. Called it! But wind shear decreased shortly afterwards, allowed Ophelia to strengthen once again. Its eye became better defined, and the NHC upgraded Ophelia to Category 3 at 14 October. Farthest east a storm of that intensity had been observed in the satellite era, attained its peak intensity at 959 millibar. That's not that low. Hurricane Michael was 919. Early on 15th October, increasing wind shear and cold waters caused it to weaken because it's cold up there. So water got cold, shear increased. It made landfall in southwestern Ireland near Valentia Island with winds of 75 miles per hour at 1100 UTC. That is not ground speed measured winds. That was radar indicated. Any Floridian can tell you that the radar indicated winds are going to be higher than what any ground station measures. I got one of those fun NWS warnings on Tuesday for 80 plus mile per hour winds from a regular thunderstorm. Yeah. I added the regular thunderstorm part because I was watching the live stream of that Supercell outbreak. Let's see. Max Velocity is a very fun channel, by the way. He overhypes things a bit too much, the way the Weather Channel did after it got bought by I think it was NBC / Comcast, but he seems to have his head on straight, and that seems to be just playing to the algorithm, so I'm not going to criticize that too much. But as far as, like, getting eyes on cameras and following storm chasers and live feeds, really good stream when it goes live. The forecasts are just littered with, clickbait verbiage, however, but the live stuff, really good. Ophelia's extratropical remnants tracked over Ireland and made its second landfall. So there were 2 landfalls. Let's look at the track. So I'm assuming this is the first landfall they're talking about. And this would be the second landfall up here. Or maybe this is... Yeah. So by the time it got here... It was barely a storm. So at 1100 UTC... And by the time it got to 2345 UTC, the sustained winds dropped by 15 miles an hour. Third landfall at 45 miles an hour. This was barely a storm. Where is the impact section? Preparations and impact. In Ireland specifically, 50 flights canceled, schools closed, obviously. People could make fun of that, but for a place that literally never gets these, I can see them closing schools. That just seems like a good precaution. However, I would caution Ireland that schools are often the safest places to be in mild hurricanes. I'm just saying, if you're worried about the chillins, put them in the building. In fact, in the United States, schools generally do operate as storm shelters. And they're all made out of cinder block construction. Like, not all, but like the vast majority of K-12 schools are cinder block construction. Let's see, where is... On 6, this is the real winds, okay? On 16, these are the recorded. 119 gusts. That's not sustained. That's not how we rate hurricanes. Up to 119 were recorded at Fastnet Rock off the coast. So this is a lighthouse on a rock off the coast. The highest wind speeds ever recorded. The 119 mile per hour speeds were the highest ever recorded in Ireland. 10-minute sustained wind speeds at Roach's Point, also in County Cork, reached 69 miles per hour with gusts of 97. So by their scale, they never received hurricane force winds. If we apply the 10-minute to 1-minute multiplier, it's dubious whether or not they received it by our scale. If they did, it was literally the weakest category 1 you can have. And this storm took out power for 360,000 people. And killed 2. When trees fell on their cars, which is how you die in a hurricane. None of Hurricane Michael's deaths were where hurricane force winds landed, actually. Nobody in Mexico Beach died. The deaths were in Gadsden County, Florida, Seminole County, Georgia, and somewhere in Virginia. Almost all of them flying or fallen limbs and other launched debris. So no, it's not about the big bad wolf blew your house down. It's the big bad wolf threw a 2x4 through your wall at 90 miles an hour and hit your 9-year-old. In County Tipperary, another fatality occurred when a man was clearing a fallen tree with a chainsaw. I don't even want to know how that happened. 2 men died in separate incidents after suffering fatal injuries while carrying out repairs to damage. All right, so it's like more than... I think this might be more people than Hurricane Michael killed, and that was a Category 4 at landfall. So, I lied. We're going to read one more thing. Saffir-Simpson scale. 2 Fs. This random graphic, like first one that comes up, whatever, local news website. 74 miles an hour is the bottom end of a Category 1. Hurricane Michael was between 130 to 156 miles an hour. And I believe more people died in Ireland to this weak Cat 1, if you want to give them the generous interpretation of their wind speed measurements by our scale. By their scale, they never got a hurricane. Hurricane Melissa had sustained winds of 185. Yep. Michael was a Category 5 just before it hit, and it weakened to a Category 4, which is typical. As storms are making landfall, they tend to slightly, to even majorly weaken. So that's a whole thing. I want you to notice that a Category 3 hurricane tops out at 120 miles an hour. Enhanced Fujita scale. That is an EF2. That is an EF2. The EF3 range covers Category 5s, and these are just bonuses. EF4 and EF5 are stronger than most hurricanes and are certainly, not even most hurricanes. They're stronger than most Category 5 hurricanes, which are already rare. Of course, Melissa was in the EF4 range, which is crazy. That's crazy. But, has there ever been a hurricane that reached EF5? Also, keep in mind, hurricanes do not maintain these, Cat 4, Cat 5 speeds for very long at windfall. and the actual ground station recording of wind speeds of that magnitude are very short-lived. They cover a very small geographical area that's contained generally to the northeast quadrant of the eye wall and literally no other part of the storm. And they die out very quickly once they hit land. Or that strength of wind does. Basically, if you are even a mile or two inland, you're not actually going to see any winds recorded of that magnitude. There are exceptions, of course, but you know, those are storms that everybody knows the name of. Like Hugo. Also, I think Hugo was only a Cat 3. It just hit in a very specific way that was very deadly. Also, the reason I mentioned Melissa is because it had the highest wind gust ever recorded on Earth. Like for not even for a hurricane, but like ever. Let's look into that then. Hurricane Melissa. So apparently Hurricane Melissa was exemplary. Did it hit anything? Oh, Jamaica. Last year. Oh, I remember this now. Oh. That's the one that kind of wiped them. Yeah, so Jamaica does not slow hurricane winds down the same way that the American mainland does. And that's probably what made Melissa so special. That's the southern tip of Florida, I do believe. I gotta see the winds. 190 miles per hour. 892 millibars. Jesus, 95 fatalities. That's high. That's really high for a hurricane. So if we go back to Ophelia, there were 3 fatalities. Low category 1. Hurricane Michael. It was not a category 5 at landfall. It was, I'm pretty sure it was downrated post landfall. Pretty sure. Yeah, 190 sustained though is crazy. That is crazy. That is... The east side of Jamaica got a large track EF5. Or, sorry, EF4. Which is... Jesus. Hurricanes typically do not get this strong. Also, EF5 is still strictly stronger. And unlike the hurricanes, have these speeds where they land. Also, the physics of a hurricane are a little different. Like, the stresses that the winds cause are a little different in very important ways. That, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's when we lost a bunch of F-22s. "74 fatalities, but only 31 were direct." And then it went to Spain for vacation. Or Portugal. That's probably the Portugal section. Where's some good Hurricane Michael damage pictures? Hurricane Michael. Keep in mind... Keep in mind, these pictures are of a middling EF4. 190, yeah, they got vacuumed. someplace else. Where's the school? Because the school that was cinder block construction was also heavily damaged. And I don't think it experienced... Like, the school was in Panama City, which was significantly far away from the eye wall. The eye wall hit Mexico Beach. I hate flat images like that. Because they don't actually... Let me open the images, damn it. I hate the way these work now. Let me open the image. I just want to see the image. Open image in new tab. Fuck you, give me the high res. Yeah, this looks closer to tornado damage than hurricane damage. The problem with a hurricane is everything in the wind field is getting hit. It doesn't do the walking dead man thing the way that tornadoes do. But you have plenty of warning. I don't like that 35 people died in this very well-warned, very forecast storm. But losing 3 people to a Category 1 should be a crime. You gotta take these things seriously. The reason Floridians do not die in hurricanes is because... Or rather, the reason we don't die to Cat 1s is because we already know everything we're supposed to be doing to not die in dumb ways. Like that, you know, that song, Really Dumb Ways to Die? We know what the dumb ways to die are in a hurricane, and we don't do them. But this was a very well-warned storm, and it should have been 0, at least from the direct. The indirect are usually fatalities from cleaning up, which I believe were higher than the fatalities from the direct, actually. The record gust from Melissa was 252 miles an hour. Everything inside of that wind gust was bowled over. Record-breaking 252 wind reading measured by a dropson launched from a Hunter plane. Those tend to actually be way, way faster than anything experienced on the ground. If you've noticed a pattern in these wind records, notice the pattern that they're not ground recordings. They're all instruments launched into the hurricane or picked up by radar. The ground recording instruments tend to pick up significantly lower wind speeds. That's still wild, though. A record is a record. A W is a W. That's crazy. 252. This one says 241. That might be maybe that's a land recording. Oh, this is before it made landfall. That's a crazy image. You never see eye walls this defined and this symmetrical. Wind isn't the dangerous part of a storm until they become tornadic in force. When houses start falling down, that's a problem. But yeah, a lot of the damaged homes were homes inside of the storm surge. And that's something most Floridians know by now. The storm surge is what topples buildings, generally. And you'll only generally find the really devastating damage directly on the coast. Like I said, if you're even a mile or two, much less 10 miles inland, you will avoid most of the damage. At least in the continental United States. See, the problem with Jamaica is it's got basically nothing to slow this down. By the time a storm hits the contiguous US in the Gulf, all of its inflow air is no longer on the water, it's coming over the land, and that automatically starts to weaken it. And it doesn't have Cuba's mountains either, which tend to also do nasty things to storm inflows. And if you didn't know, Cuba has significant mountain ranges. If that's a thing you didn't know, you know it now. But that's crazy. That's a crazy radar image. Jesus Christ. You never want to see that. Like, if it's coming, you want to see something lopsided. With everything on, like, one side of the eye, preferably the weak side, you know. You want to see one of those wibbly wobbly storms. You don't want to see this. This is perfection. And that means very high wind speed. Anyway, that's about it for stream. We'll go deeper into this and how wind causes structural damage on the next stream when I talk about the hurricane season and being prepared for hurricanes, the history of hurricanes. I might bring up the Galveston, Texas hurricane and how that, well, one of the more recent ones, I think was a 2011, 2012. And how it caused an industrial accident, chemical release. I believe I've shown that video on stream before. Can't quite remember. But it's very relevant to hurricane preparedness. The highest wind speed ever recorded was Bridge Creek Moor at 321. Oh. Bridge Creek Moor is a name I'm familiar with because it's name dropped right along, Joplin and El Reno. That's crazy though. That's crazy. But we're gonna wrap it up here. We're gonna wrap it up here. Good night, everybody. Thanks for dropping by.